And please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
And please have a seat. Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
Get yourself situated wherever you want to be. There you go.
Yeah, once you be comfortable, you can move the chair up closer unless you like to sit on the edge there. Okay.
Can you state your name for the jury, please?
My name is Melissa Staples.
And where do you work?
I work for the state of New Hampshire, and I'm the laboratory director for the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory.
How long have you worked for them?
I've worked there since 1998.
Now, back in January of 1995, where were you working?
I was working at a company called Cellmark Diagnostics, which was a private laboratory located in Germantown, Maryland.
What was the laboratory? What was its main purpose as Cellmark?
Cellmark Diagnostics was a DNA testing laboratory, and we performed DNA testing for paternity cases, as well as DNA testing for criminal investigations.
Now, before we get started, you did not, at that time, the laboratory at Cellmark did not perform trace evidence testing, did it?
If you just define what you mean by trace.
Like hair fibers, things of that nature that would go to a trace laboratory.
We would test the roots of hairs for DNA, but we were limited to DNA testing. So fibers we would do nothing with, just anything that could have biological material.
Okay. Back in 1995, let's say January 24th of 1995, what was the state of DNA?
Well, DNA has always been and still is an evolving field. Cellmark Diagnostics was one of the first DNA laboratories to offer testing for paternity and criminal cases. Because DNA testing really only started being used in the United States for criminal cases around 1987. And so the technology was constantly evolving. And when I started there at Cellmark in 1989, we needed a blood stain, for example, the size of a quarter to get enough DNA for testing. And by 1992, you could look at a blood sample the size of the head of a pin and have enough DNA for analysis. And so the technology has continued to evolve to be more sensitive and more specific through the years.
In 1995 you could use the roots on hairs, but what were you able to use as far as for testing for DNA? What type of samples?
The most typical samples would be blood, semen, sometimes saliva, and sometimes hair, and sometimes bone. There could be tissue from human remains, for example, but primarily it was blood and semen that we were testing in those days.
And you said that as you progressed, the samples got smaller that you needed to test. Is that correct?
The technology became more sensitive, and so you didn't need as much DNA as a starting point as the years progressed.
So let's talk about January 24th, 1995. You were working at Cellmark at that time? And what was your position at Cellmark?
I was a molecular biologist, so I was essentially working in the laboratory as an analyst for the criminal cases.
Well, let's talk about your background and training as far as being a molecular analyst. What was your background?
At the time, I had a bachelor's of science degree in criminalistics from Michigan State University, and also a master's degree in forensic science from the George Washington University.
And did you also, for Cellmark, did you have to go through any training at Cellmark when you were working there?
Absolutely. The training for DNA testing is quite long, several months long. And it involves, first of all, just learning how this DNA testing process works in theory. And also, obviously, you need the hands-on experience. So you would be practiced on samples that were not case samples, obviously. You might take a blood sample or a saliva sample that was just a practice sample, and learn how to isolate DNA from those samples and learn how to test it and how to analyze the results. And so you had many runs where you did these practice samples and wrote reports so you can show that you learned how to interpret the DNA results properly. There were a lot of literature articles that we had to read, and a lot of double checks of our work. And at the end, you have something called a competency test, where you're given samples that you don't know what the results are, but you treat them just like a case. So they give you mock forensic samples and no reference samples, and ask you to compare those and see if you get the right answer, and write a proper report for those. And so it's a long drawn out process, but obviously what we want is for people to be competent before they even touch their first piece of evidence. Be sure they know what they're doing and why they're doing it, before you even get started on casework.
Okay, now since you're the first person to get up here and talk about DNA, you get to help educate some people about what we're talking about. What are we talking about with DNA? Let's start there. What is DNA?
So DNA is an acronym, and that stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. And DNA is found in every cell in our body. And for example, the DNA in every cell of our body is exactly the same. So if I looked at DNA from a blood sample and a saliva sample from the same person, I'm going to find the same DNA. But what's different is the DNA from person to person. Now, a lot of our DNA is the same. We're humans, we're not plants. We have 2 arms and 2 legs. But there's parts of our DNA that differ from person to person. For example, we don't all have the same eye color. We don't all have the same hair color. And there are parts of our DNA that don't code for anything at all. And those are the parts of the DNA that we look at for forensic testing purposes because they're extremely variable from person to person. And so when we look at those parts of the DNA, we can differentiate between individuals. So with the exception of identical twins, everybody's DNA is unique to themselves.
So let's talk about how you get the DNA for testing. How would you get a sample? What would be the process once you got a sample in your lab? Let's say you have a swab of some sort and you want to test DNA on it. What is the process of taking that DNA off and getting it ready for testing?
So what we need to do for that process is to first isolate the DNA from the cells that are present on the sample. And this is a chemical process. We add chemicals to break the cells open to release the DNA that's inside so that we can isolate it for further testing. The main step of this DNA analysis that's done even today and was done back in 1995 is a procedure called PCR. It's an acronym. But essentially what we do is take small amounts of DNA and make a lot of copies of it. And that's why we can test such small amounts of DNA. And the parts we make copies of are the parts that are variable from person to person. I don't really care about the part of the DNA that says we have blue eyes. I want to look at the parts of the DNA that are much more variable than that. And those are the parts of the DNA that are copied and then tested. The final step of the DNA testing is typing that DNA. We want to find out what type is present. If we looked at, for example, the DNA that coded for blood type, what I would find is one of 4 things. We got type A blood, type B, type A, B, or O. And so I get one of those 4 results. The parts of the DNA that we look at for forensic analysis are much more variable. You might have 40 different types that are possible, or even more. And the more of those locations you look at, the more discriminating or more specific that DNA profile is. And that's one thing that's evolved through the years is the number of these DNA markers that people can test for.
So the markers, and correct me if I'm wrong, the markers that we have, what are they called? What that marker's called, what we're looking at?
What we're looking at today and some of the markers that I tested back then are called STRs, another acronym that stands for short tandem repeats. But those are the parts of the DNA that really don't code for eye color or hair color or anything like that, but are very, very different from person to person.
So back in 95, how many different points could we look at?
Well, for that testing, there were a couple of different types of DNA testing available as DNA was evolving. And the first test that was performed was not the STR testing, but it was called PM plus VQA1. That had 6 different DNA markers that had some variability, not a ton, but it helped to discriminate between people. But as the technology progressed, these STRs came into play and
You're doing 400
obviously
words. 400 words a minute there. That's.
I'm sorry.
That's all
Not
right.
person I've been told that. The STR testing that I did back in 1995 looked for 3 different STR markers.
Okay. So back on January 24th, 1995, did some people from the Beaumont Police Department arrive at your laboratory to bring you some evidence?
They did.
And do you remember who the people were that came?
That would be Mitch Woods and Bill Clayton.
And what was the purpose of them bringing some evidence to your laboratory?
The purpose was to bring evidence from a criminal investigation or DNA analysis. And typically evidence would be either sent by a carrier like FedEx or there's a tracking number, or sometimes people chose to come in person and deliver the evidence.
So they came, what was the evidence contained in? You remember?
I'd have to refer to my notes.
Okay, let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 99 and see if this looks familiar to you.
Yes, it does.
And what is that?
So State Exhibit 99 is the evidence receipt form that I fill out, and when evidence comes to the laboratory, the first thing we do is document the packaging, the labeling, and what was contained, and that's all described on this form, as well as how it arrived at the laboratory in terms of either who delivered it or the FedEx tracking number or whatever carrier that was used.
So did you personally prepare that document?
Yes, I did.
And that's got your handwriting on your signature?
It does.
Tender State's 99.
Objection states 91.
It's admitted.
We'll put that up on big screen just a moment when it gets. So when you receive something like that, you document what you received and what kind of condition it was in. Is that correct?
Yes.
What's the purpose of that?
The purpose of that is to initially start what's called a chain of custody of evidence. And so we are documenting, first of all, we're interested to be sure that the evidence is sealed. And of course, sealed evidence with tamper-evident tape, so it'll show someone had been inside that package or not. We also want to document how things were labeled. And the things that I see part of the form is on the screen there, in quotes, when we see something in quotes, that's actually what's labeled on the item.
Okay, so in this case, what was the date of, let's see what the date of this form, when the evidence arrived?
Yes, that would be the date, January 24th, 1995.
And underneath each one of those, is that your initials at the time?
Those are my initials, yeah.
Okay. And looking at what was brought, what's this top one say?
My handwriting sometimes needs a little interpretation. The top line says one sealed box containing.
And so it's containing the following things that are below it, is that right?
Yes,
Let me show you, it's marked as State's Exhibit 32. We've shown you this before, haven't we?
not in person.
Not in person, but online. And looking at the writings on it, we've got a lot of tags on this, don't we?
Yes,
It's been to a lot of places over the years. But that box, that appeared to be the box that was given to you on January 24th, 1995.
I believe it is. I can see some of my writing under this tag and I see my initials and date over one of the seals.
Now, this was also sealed up and sent somewhere else from y'all in I think in 97, I believe.
That's when I returned the evidence,
Okay.
yes.
So, but this appears to be the box that it came in.
Yes,
And so you noted that box was sealed, is that correct?
I do.
All right, so the items that you received in that box, we have your laboratory number is going to be on this column, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's in the order of the items that you took out, the box, is that correct?
It pertains to a number that I assigned to this item when I performed my testing. And so each item has a unique number associated with it through the testing process.
Now, do you have a unique laboratory case number that's going to be assigned to it?
We do.
And is that up at the top of this form up here under Cellmark case number?
Yes, it is.
And what was the unique case number on this case?
It's F951032.
So that's to help you keep all those items and all the testing comes under that number. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right.
So that's unique to this particular case.
So what's the first thing that you received in that box? What's item number one?
So the first thing I pulled out were 4 swabs that were in a box that was labeled vaginal.
Okay, and then that parentheses you said is that's what it was labeled.
Right, that was actually on the box.
Okay. So box is labeled vaginal like this.
Yes,
And can you tell if this states exhibit 33B, if you recognize that?
yes, I do.
And how can you recognize that?
On this box, in addition to the labeled vaginal here on the side, to the left of that stamp is in my writing, the case number F951032, the exhibit number 01, my initials, and the date January 24th, 1995, the date I received them.
Now, each time you get one, it says vaginal. How many swabs were contained in this according to that for vaginal swabs?
There are 4.
So looking at what was admitted as State's Exhibit 2 by a doctor earlier that took these swabs, item number 6, what does that say?
Number 6 there says 4 vaginal swabs.
4 vaginal swabs. So that matches what you received. Is that correct?
It would.
Okay. So what's the second thing you received that's underneath vaginal?
The second thing says 2 swabs in box labeled oral.
Okay, let's look at State's Exhibit 33. Oh, you recognize that?
I do.
And what was contained in that?
This is State Exhibit 33O. It's that box that's stamped oral. And inside this box were 2 swabs.
And how do you recognize that's the one that was brought to you?
These have the same labels here on the left in blue, being the Cellmark case number, my initials, and the date that I received them.
And that came out of that sealed box. Were these contained in anything? Do you remember what they were?
If
Okay,
they were in an envelope, I would have noted it there.
okay. So they were the boxes. Okay. So each box came to you with the swabs in it. So now you've got the
Hold on.
vaginal swab.
Hold on,
Yes.
that's,
Sorry.
you
Is
made a
that
statement.
correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
She didn't
that?
have a chance to.
The boxes when they came in, that would be what they came in the box, the original box.
The original sealed box contained these in them.
Okay. So now, what's the next one we have?
The next one is 2 swabs in a box labeled anal.
All right. And just before we get there, looking at the Doctor State's Exhibit 2, looking at item number 5, what is that?
Item number 5 indicates 2 anal swabs.
And the one before it that we just looked at, how many oral swabs?
Item 4 on that exhibit says 2 oral swabs.
Okay. So far, everything matches up to what was sent to you, what you got. Let's look at State's
Hold on.
Exhibit. Is that correct?
It appears so.
Yeah. All right. Look at State's Exhibit 33A. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
This is the box that was stamped anal. And again, it has my same markings of the Cellmark case number, my initials, and the date received on it in blue.
And you show up here, you received how many in State's Exhibit 99?
2.
And this came in that box that was sealed, is that correct?
It did.
All right, now, what else did you receive?
The next item was a sealed envelope that was labeled blood sample. And inside, there were 2 tubes of blood, one with a yellow top and one with a purple top. And those tubes were not labeled.
What was contained, did it say was in there?
2 tubes of blood,
Okay, one yellow, one purple, is that correct?
1 yellow, 1 purple is correct.
Show you. What's been marked as State's Exhibit 34, and see if you recognize that.
Yes.
And how do you recognize that?
So State's Exhibit 34, as indicated on my form, is stamped blood sample. And again, in the blue print here, you can see that I wrote it's on our case number, my initials, and the date, which again was January 24th, 1995.
And it talks about 2 tubes being in there, am I correct?
I feel 2 tubes inside.
Okay. Well, just so happens that we've already opened it, so we'll get to look. Do you prefer gloves by handling these?
I probably would, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't do that.
It's the scientist in me.
I know. Looking at the yellow top. And looking at State's Exhibit 2 up here. Does one of the vials have a EDTA written on the label?
Might need that glasses up in this one. The purple tops have the ETA though, I know without.
Okay,
the
all
label.
right.
That's the preferred one for DNA.
Do you need some cheaters?
I have to have
Okay.
a case on the front.
So you know this has the EDTA,
I do.
okay? Can you read that?
Yeah, okay, yes, I can.
Okay, what does that one
It
say?
would say ACD on it.
Okay, so does that match what was sent to you in the box along from Dr. Harvey's office to your left?
That's what's indicated on the form, on the screen, yes.
Well, these items arrived on January 24th, 1995, is that correct?
That's correct.
And was there anything else that came in that box? Let's make sure that you took out of the box on January 24th, 1995.
Yes.
What?
There was also a purple top tube of blood, which was identified as David Perry.
Okay. Now, was that in the box or do you know? You know, it came with those items, correct?
Came with those items, I'm trying to recall because I would usually indented, definitely came in the box, and that one is not indented like the others, so that may have been a separate
Okay.
thing.
So, but you got some blood labeled David Perry, is that correct? All right, and the purpose for all of these was to run DNA tests.
Yes.
So let's talk about each one that you ran the tests on. So you've got the vaginal swabs. How would you go about getting this prepared for DNA testing, and how would you do the DNA testing on vaginal swabs? And anal swabs and oral swabs, any swab that comes in.
So the way that we isolate DNA from an item can differ depending on whether the item contains semen or not. So vaginal swabs typically are getting submitted to us because they're purported to have semen present. We perform an extraction procedure, a DNA isolation procedure, in a way that tries to differentiate cells from the person the swabs are from, which we guarantee are going to be on those swabs, from any DNA from semen that may be present. And we can do this because the DNA in sperm cells have kind of a harder coating, if you will, than other types of cells in our body. And so we can add chemicals to that sample to cause the victim cells to break open and release their DNA. And we can remove that. And then add harsher chemicals to cause the sperm cells to break open and release their DNA. So we try to separate out the victim's DNA from any sperm DNA that's present. And so we have two separate tubes with hopefully DNA in each of them that move forward in the process.
Now, does it always remove every bit of DNA from the other person in both samples?
It does not. Sometimes you do have carryover in either direction. It's not a nice clean separation, although we do the best that we can.
But when you look, you can tell the majority when you're looking at after you did the testing, is that correct?
You really don't know until the end when you have the
Right.
typing results as to how complete that separation was.
Okay. So you separate it, and then after you've got it separated, now those two fractions on your reports will be called the sperm cell fraction, is that correct? And the non-sperm cell fraction.
Right, on the report, we denote them as the non-sperm cell fraction, which would be any DNA from anything but sperm, hopefully. And the sperm cell fraction is that second, when we have the harsher chemicals to try to get the DNA from the sperm cells.
Okay. Well, let's say that you have the oral, which you know came from someone's mouth. Do you do a separate process for that and for the anal?
If it was purported to have semen on those swabs, we would do the same process.
Okay, so let's say the vaginal swab and anal swab, were they tested for semen?
Not by myself, but yes, they were.
And were there semen identified in both the vaginal and anal?
I don't recall.
Okay. Okay. If it was, would you have treated the anal and the vaginal the same? Okay, so when we look at the testing later on, we might be able to tell if you did the same process. Is that correct?
I don't believe I tested the anal swabs at all.
Okay.
I tested the vaginal swabs only.
So that may have come from a different laboratory because you didn't test anal at all.
I did not.
Okay, so let's go with what we got. The vaginal swabs, you've split those, you've divided those up, separated the two, sperm cell fraction and non-sperm cell fractions. What about the blood? Let's talk about the two sealed envelopes of unlabeled blood.
So blood samples, you don't have to do that separation process. So there's just a simple DNA isolation process. It's chemically based to cause the blood cells, the white blood cells in the blood that have the DNA to break open and release the DNA that we can then proceed with testing.
So do you keep, when you get the DNA, is it called a DNA extract? Is that what it's called? When you have DNA that you take from a sample?
Yes, we do call that the DNA extract.
And is that different from an amplified DNA extract?
That's a later step, yes.
Okay, so what do you do with the extract once you get that out of that sample?
So the next part of that is to we quantitate the DNA because we want to know, first of all, if we got any, and if so, how much. Because the next step of the test is optimized to have a certain amount of DNA put into it. So if I have too much, I want to use just a portion of that DNA extract in the next step. So we perform a quantitation procedure to see what we're working on.
Okay. So the extracts, what do you do with those extracts after you're through testing everything?
When they're completely done, if I have DNA left over, for example, if I extracted more DNA than I really needed, we return that to the submitting agency.
Okay. So after we get the extract, then we go to does it go to the PCR, the polymerase chain reaction?
Following that quantification procedure, yes.
And that's where you make the copies.
Yes, it is.
And is the purpose of making those copies so that it's easier to read as far as what you have there? You can see it better.
You can see it better, right? We're working with very small amounts of DNA. And so that copying procedure gives us more parts of those markers that we want to look at so that we can then successfully type them.
So did you do that to make sure the states exhibits 33 V and O? Yeah, what about the oral? We talked about the oral. You just take this extract from it, right? You don't have to separate anything.
I did not test the oral swabs in this case.
Okay, so we're only worried about the vaginal swabs, 33 V, is that right?
Correct.
And the blood samples, which. The blood. I got them up here somewhere here. States exhibits 34. Yeah, 34. You tested those, is that correct? And you also tested some blood that you got from a David Perry, is that right? So when you tested these, did you come up with a profile for both the sperm cell fraction of the vaginal swab, the non-sperm cell fraction of the vaginal swab, and for the blood of the victim?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you take those and compare the blood of the unmarked labeled blood, the victim's blood, to the vaginal swab?
Yes, I did.
Did those two come out to be the same person? Is it, well, they could be included, not excluded.
Right. So the DNA typing results from the vaginal swab and the unlabeled blood is usually fit with the same individual.
Okay, so let's make sure they understand something. Okay, you cannot.
Sorry, if I could clarify.
Sure.
I received DNA from more than one person from the vaginal swabs, and one of those individuals
Yes.
was consistent with the other.
So we were going to talk about that. Were there two people that were profiled in the vaginal swab?
I can't say exactly how many people.
Okay.
But I can say there was more than one person.
Okay. So, but one of those matched the unlabeled blood that came from the victim.
Yes.
Okay. So now we go to David Perry. Did you do the process of taking DNA extract from David Perry's blood?
I did.
And when did you perform the same amplification process on it that you did on the other blood?
Yes.
And did you compare it with David Perry against the non-sperm cell and the sperm cell fraction of the vaginal swab DNA extract?
Yes, I did.
And did David Perry match either one of those?
The non-sperm cell fraction was consistent with the unlabeled blood only. The sperm fraction had DNA from more than one individual, and I have to refer to my report for the actual results compared with David Perry.
Can I show you what number we're on? 26. Tell you what's marked as State's Exhibit 126. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
What is that?
So this is the initial report of the DNA results regarding the vaginal swab, the unlabeled blood, and the blood from David's urine.
That's a report that you prepared yourself.
I did. It has my signature here on the second page.
And is this a complete report of that? The results?
It is.
Okay. Tender States 126.
No objection states 126.
It is admitted.
Okay, let's look at State's Exhibit 126 on the big screen. So this was actually addressed to Sergeant Tatum, is that correct?
Yes.
Looking at it. So this date of this report is what date up there?
February 17th, 1995.
And just so we know, so it's testified to. Do you see your signature down at the bottom of this?
Yes, that's my signature, and Weber is my maiden name.
Okay, and who's this over here on the left?
Dr. Charlotte Word was a PhD who was on staff at Cellmark, and she would double check all of my testing and verify that she agrees with results that are reported.
Okay, so if she didn't agree, she wouldn't sign off, would she?
That's correct.
Okay. So let's look at what we tested. This says under exhibits. What does it say these items, when these items were received?
January 24th, 1995.
And what does it say the tests performed were?
That would be PCR testing, which is the acronym stands for polymerase chain reaction.
Okay, is that the amplification process?
It is.
Okay. And what was tested?
So I tested one of the 4 swabs that I received labeled vaginal,
Okay,
and I tested a sample of the unlabeled purple top tube of blood, as well as a sample from the purple top that was labeled as being from David Perry.
my purple top.
Purple top has that EDTA preservative in it, and EDTA is the best preservative for DNA.
Okay. So you show the results. And is this kind of a chart of the results?
Right, so this table lists each of the items, and you can see the vaginal swab, it lists the non-sperm fraction separately from the sperm fraction.
Okay.
And then the columns that are to the right, there should be 6 of them. The top indicates it's called the DNA marker, the DNA location that was examined. And the numbers below are the types that I obtained at each of those DNA locations.
Okay, why is it, we'll go through this. Why does this one have numbers, these have letters?
They're just different ways that the DNA is identified. Numbers could be like, if you look at eye color, it's going to be green, blue, brown. But if you look at blood type, you're going to find A, D, AB, or L. So they're just different designators for the types of DNA types that could be present at each of those locations.
So in order for them to match, how would you decide whether they match or don't match looking at these?
Well, we're looking for the same types at each of those locations. So on the screenshot we have here, the top column, you see that's the non-sperm fraction of the vaginal swab. For example, if you see under the DQ alpha, that first column, we found a 1.24 DNA type there. And if you look at the unlabeled blood, that's also a 1.24 DNA type. And so at that DNA marker, I would say those are consistent with one another. If you look at David Perry at that same marker, he was a 1.2, 3 DNA type. And that's a different DNA type. Even though the 1.2 is the same, that existence of the 3 that I did not see in the vaginal swab tells me that that DNA is not from him.
And looking at the others, is there anything else that David Perry didn't match as far as the other loci?
So we do the same sort of analysis at each of those DNA markers. If you look at, for example, the middle column there that says HPGG, the non-sperm fraction of the vaginal swabs has a type A, and David Perry is a type B. So there's another DNA location that I could look at and say this DNA is not from David Perry. The unlabeled blood at that location, however, was a type A. the same as I found in that non-sperm fraction. So again, I see that consistency. And so it's the sum of all of those DNA markers that we're really looking at to determine if someone is included or excluded, or maybe we can't tell for our conclusions for the typing tests.
Okay. What are the asterisks for?
So the asterisks show that in addition to the markers or the DNA types that are reported, there are some very weak results. And the weak results just didn't meet our criteria to be considered a reliable result that we would report.
Okay. And the second page of this report. What are we looking at here?
So in the first chart, we were saying what DNA types that we detected. A genotype is actually what your DNA is. For example, let me go to the HBGG column there. You get half your DNA from your mother and half your DNA from your biological father. And in this case, with HBGG, for the unlabeled blood, you see the type is an AA. That means that individual inherited a type A from their mother and a type A from their father. If you flip back to the first chart, if you recall for that location, we only saw an A, because we can't tell if there's one or two. So that's actually the type that we detected. So we're just going to a different level of what's your actual genetic type here. And you can only do that for the known samples.
And did you exclude David Perry as being consistent with the unlabeled blood as far as that's concerned?
Right, so that definitely shows that those samples are from two different individuals.
So they're different. And then the first page we saw where he was excluded from the sperm cell and non-sperm cell fraction, is that correct?
Well, we were talking about the non-sperm cell specifically. I don't recall talking about the sperm cell fraction yet.
Let's go back down here. Do that sperm cell fraction. Can you
Discuss comparison.
yeah, let's talk about the vaginal. So the sperm cell fraction, what did you find comparing it to David Perry's blood?
So the first thing I can see with a sperm cell fraction, I mentioned you get half your DNA from mom and half from dad. So with only one person, you expect to see at most 2 DNA results. So if you look at that first column, which is labeled the DQ alpha, for the sperm fraction, you can see there's 3 numbers there actually. There's a 1.1, a 3, and a 4. And that's what indicated to me right off that we're looking at DNA from more than one person. So I want to compare that then with our known individuals. David Perry is a 1.2, 3. I did not see a 1.2 in that sperm fraction of the DNA. So that was one indicator that that DNA was not from him. Let's see if there's another one there. If you can scroll over a little bit. The rest of the DNA markers did not necessarily exclude him because all of his types are included in those DNA types.
Did you not, those asterisks, are they by the 4? Is that what you're talking about on the 4 that is not to be included in looking at David Perry's? Or
So the 4 also, he does not have, the 4 is present in the unlabeled blood, so that could be some carryover of the victim's DNA into the sperm fraction. We mentioned earlier, sometimes that separation is not complete. And so that 4 could be from the unlabeled blood from the victim.
Okay. So what type of testing was this that you did on February 17th, 1995 in your report in the state's exhibit 126?
So that testing, those DNA markers I mentioned before are called DQ alpha and NTM, which stand for polymarker. Those are 6 DNA locations, but those are the precursors essentially to the testing that's done today.
So these things, when you get through testing them, when you're testing them, let's make sure that the jury understands. Are they tested one at a time?
Is what tested one at a time.
Each one of these samples, whether you bring one sample out, are they mixed with other samples? Are they tested together? How are they tested?
So we always test the evidence samples separately from the known samples. We certainly want to be careful about having any DNA contamination between samples, and so we want to keep those very separate from one another. The other thing that we want to do is we only have one item of evidence open at a time. So when I was sampling the vaginal swabs, those were the only thing out of the box, the only thing I was taking or cutting of. and then I put them away before I take out anything else, any other items of evidence. As I mentioned, the most important thing with DNA testing, even back then, is to be very careful about contamination between samples.
So with your laboratory, was everything, all the protocol followed in this case?
Yes,
And all the samples that you had, were they tested, taken out separately, just like you described, and placed back and then test the next?
yes.
Okay. So when you test, and I got to ask you this question, when you test and you get DNA extract, what is, and this may come up, what is a reagent blank?
So I mentioned we want to be very careful about contamination in our testing. And contamination can come from some different sources. For example, some of the chemicals that I add, if that chemical is contaminated with DNA, I'm not adding that to all of my samples. If I don't change my gloves to something, my gloves get DNA on them. There's a chance that I'll be contaminated. If I'm coughing, they get contaminated samples. So there are a lot of things in the procedure or the handling that we have to be very careful about to not introduce foreign DNA to the samples. One thing that we use as a measure of whether that may have happened is something called a reagent blank. And a reagent blank is a tube, and everything I add to the samples, I add to this blank tube. So it has treated exactly the same, only I've not added any sample to it. So in the end, I want to be sure that that reagent blank doesn't give me any DNA typing results. If I get some DNA typed in that blank, then that means something happened in the process that introduced DNA, and my samples could also be affected. So one of our checks before we report any results is to ensure that that blank sample truly is blank, which indicates that no DNA was introduced along the testing process.
In this case, you use the reagent blanks, just like you always do in testing, is that correct?
Yes,
And so everything came out the way it was supposed to come out, or you wouldn't have issued a report, is that right?
that's right.
So the testing that you did on these samples, you said was PCR. Did you ever perform STR testing on any of these samples?
I think
Do you recall when you did that?
I have to research. These are 1996.
Well, let me show you something real quick, just a second. Ask you if this is it. 127, 8, 27, 8, 27.
Yes. That's been admitted already.
Okay.
Show you what's marked as States Exhibit 128. Does that look familiar to you? And is that what I think I'm looking at, or is that not what I'm looking at?
Yes, States Exhibit 128 is a laboratory report with my FTR results
Okay,
on these samples.
and is this your report that you generated?
Should be. Yes,
Okay, got your signature on it?
it does.
Okay, Tender States 128.
Not too bad. 128, Judge.
Sir,
No objection to it.
it is admitted.
Okay. So let's go to States Exhibit 128. The date at the top is what?
June 21st, 1995.
Okay. So we're still in the same year, just about 5 months later, is that right?
We are.
All right. Let's look down. This is again to, who was this report issued to?
It was issued to Sergeant Tatum at the Beaumont Police Department.
And does it have the unique Cellmark case number?
It does.
And is that same case number we've been working with?
Yes.
So look at the exhibits that were received for analysis. Does this have different dates?
Well, it has the same date. What that date is the date the samples were received. So
Right.
that's the January 24th, 1995 date. And it was the same, the vaginal swab, the unlabeled blood, and the blood from David Perry that we have been discussing.
But now we've added something else that came in February 28th, 1995, haven't we?
Yes.
And what came into your laboratory on February 28th, 1995 that's different?
So another blood sample arrived at the laboratory, and this one was identified as being from Sam Hills.
Can I ask you, looking over the file, were there numerous people that you received blood from to test against all of these?
Yes, there were.
We'll talk about those later. So in this case, what type of testing was done?
So we used that same PCR, the copying procedure.
Okay,
But this time we focused in on different DNA markers that are called STRs.
okay, and we talked about the STRs before, stands for short tandem repeat, is that correct?
That's correct.
And this type of markers repeat themselves throughout your DNA, is that correct? Or they just repeat at certain places?
So a DNA location called a short tandem repeat in a person has certain building blocks of DNA that repeat themselves just one after the next. And the numbers that you see on the table are just a number of times those sections of DNA repeat. So it can be different from person to person, how many repeats you have.
So when we look at each one of these sections at the top here, is this a location
Yes,
that
that's
we're
one of
looking
the,
at?
that's one of the DNA locations.
Okay, and these numbers down below that are in these columns, that's the number of times it appears at that location.
That's the number of times the DNA section repeats.
Okay,
And I mentioned for an individual, since you inherit half your DNA from mom and half from dad, I would expect, for example, the unlabeled blood has 12 repeats and 13 repeats. So 12 may be from mom and 13 may be from dad.
okay, so we did the PCR and now we're doing the STR testing. Now, does this also give you more of an identifier on each sample?
The STR, these DNA locations have more variability than the locations we looked at before. So for example, if you recall the HBGG type in the previous chart, I believe that had 6 different possibilities or 6 different DNA types that you would find at that location. And everybody has one of those 6. For these STR markers, you're looking more at 40, 60, 80 different possibilities at each DNA location. So they're more discriminating. They help differentiate to an even greater degree between individuals.
Okay, let's talk about the results. Let's talk with the non-sperm cell fraction from the vaginal swab. What results did you obtain from those?
So the non-sperm cell fraction indicates DNA from a single individual, and those DNA types were consistent with that unlabeled blood sample.
And looking at the sperm cell fraction, what did you find there?
So sperm cell fraction indicates DNA from more than one person again. This is the same DNA extract I had before, so that's still consistent. And I can tell that because if you look in that first column, I see 4 different numbers, 10, 11, 12, and 13. So there's a minimum of 2 individuals indicated there.
One of those individuals appear on the non-sperm cell fraction,
Yes,
and is that the 1213?
right. So the 12, 13 is likely some carryover between those 2 DNA extracts that we talked about before.
Let's look at the unlabeled blood. What did that come out?
So at that first marker, that came out as a 12, 13, and those types are contained in that sperm fraction result as well.
So the non-sperm cell fraction, did it match the unlabeled blood?
Yes.
Okay. So let's look at David Perry. What is the deal with David Perry only having 1 number there?
So that means David Perry inherited 12 repeating sections from both of his parents.
Okay, so you wouldn't put 12,12.
No, we don't.
Okay. So when you look at that, does David Perry's blood, the results there match the results on the non-sperm cell fraction?
Assuming that DNA from the non-sperm cell fraction and just looking at this one DNA marker,
Yeah.
Assuming that from one person, it could not be from David Perry.
Okay, and looking at the unlabeled blood, does it match David Perry?
The unlabeled blood and David Perry gave different DNA typing results.
Okay. So there's a new individual that's in this one. His name is Sam Hiltz. Was he also tested?
He was.
The blood tested. What were the results for Sam Hiltz?
So Sam Hills, you can see in that first column, he has a 10,12 DNA type. And just looking at that one DNA marker, he's excluded from the non-sperm cell fraction of the vaginal swab.
Okay. And these other markers, what are their importance?
So with DNA testing, the more markers you look at, the more specific you're getting, the more the more you're narrowing down to DNA from a single individual. So you just have more information with every marker that you add.
So after looking at all the markers, looking at all the results, were David Perry and Sam Hiltz excluded from the testing of the vaginal swabs and the sperm cell and non-sperm cell types?
Looking at this table, I would say Sam Perry is excluded from the vaginal swab altogether.
David Perry,
I'm sorry, Sam Hiltz,
Sam Hiltz, okay,
mixing names. Sam Hiltz is excluded altogether from the vaginal swabs.
okay,
And David Perry, it looks like if the sperm cell fraction is from only 2 individuals,
yes.
based on these results, David Perry would be excluded from that sample.
And again, you, on the backside, you did the genotypes, is that correct?
For the known samples, yes.
Okay. And the only one that was added was Sam Hiltz. You got the same results you got on the last one on David Perry and the unlabeled blood, is that correct?
Well, they're different DNA markers, so
Okay.
they're different results.
Well, let's
but-
talk about the results. Unlabeled blood compared to David Perry.
So you can see if you look at the numbers listed under each DNA markers, the numbers are different between all of those 3 samples. So those are from 3 distinct individuals.
Okay. What about, so Sam Hiltz also was excluded
Right.
as far
these
as
are from-
matching that blood.
These are from 3 different people.
And you gave your results, which you just talked about, that if it was just 2 individuals, David Perry would be excluded. Is that
Yes,
correct?
correct.
Okay. And Sam Hiltz is excluded altogether.
Outright, yes.
So the evidence that you received in State's Exhibit 99 that you tested, did you return anything back to Mitch Woods or to Bill Tatum that day?
I did.
What did you return?
I returned one of the blood samples. You can go over, yes.
What number is that?
The number is 05.
Okay,
And so that corresponds with the blood sample from David Perry.
okay, so why would you return the blood sample of David Perry?
They must have wanted it back for some reason.
Okay.
I don't know offhand.
All right, how would you do that?
Well, typically, we return the items at the completion of our testing. So there must have been some reason that they wanted to take that back with them that day. And I would have taken a sample of the blood for testing at a later date and returned the original tube to them.
So does it show over here when all this evidence was returned and how it was returned? Let's look at the date first.
Right, so the date is indicated there in the column to the far right. And so the evidence samples, the vaginal swabs were returned July 14th of 1997.
Okay,
The blood sample that was unlabeled was returned May 16th, 1995. And we just mentioned that the blood identified as being from David Perry was returned January 24th, 1995.
what's this say also returned? Slides, extraction tubes, extracted cuttings, what is all this?
So all of those are products of my testing. So I made some slides along the way. The extraction tubes have any leftover DNA that I didn't need for my analysis. The extracted cuttings are, when I try to isolate the DNA from the cuttings, they don't disappear. There still could be something left for future testing, so those get returned. And also something called an FTS sample, that's a future testing sample. And so when I sampled the vaginal swabs, I took half a swab and put in a tube that I didn't do anything with, and that was available for future testing at some point.
Now, the box states Exhibit 32. Is there some evidence of that 7/14/97 return?
There is evidence tape along the bottom of this box, and it has my initials and the date 7/14/97.
So is that Cellmark tape? There's a whole bunch of tape on here, but
Sure.
was that where you put the Cellmark tape,
Yes,
the evidence tape?
it is, and it has Cellmark on it, but it looks like it's over some other tapes, so you can't really read that anymore.
But it does have the date and your initials on it, is that
It
correct?
does.
Okay, so you returned it on 7/14/97, and looking at the bottom of this form, how was it returned?
Our standard practice was to return things by Federal Express with a tracking number.
Okay, so we're talking about the 7/14/97. This would be the FedEx number down here, is that correct?
That's
The
correct.
bottom.
Yeah.
And the one up above it, that's returning the blood, is that right?
The unlabeled blood is the one
Okay.
that,
FedEx. And that's the blood that matched the vaginal swab.
the non-sperm fraction. yes.
Okay. And you sent, along with that, did you say you sent extracts?
Yes, so I sent whatever was left after my testing.
Okay, what's the purpose of sending those extracts?
So the extracts, as I mentioned, if there's any DNA left after I was done with my testing, we would return that. Because that DNA could be used for future testing. It's still considered evidence.
Okay. We're gonna try to figure this one out together.
We show you. State's exhibit 125. B and D, see if you can recognize anything on those ones.
Okay, so 125D, I see has the Cellmark case number on it, the F951032. 125B has Cellmark evidence table on it with one of my coworkers' initials over it.
You recognize those initials?
Yes, I recognize the initials.
Now, do you know if at some point the processed DNA came out to your laboratory? Or do you recall? Okay, if you don't recall.
Don't recall. It
Does-
could have been after I left potentially in that.
Okay, so does it look like in 125 and in 125B, does this look like it was returned to your laboratory for the right one?
The writing on it says processed DNA evidence that was submitted to Cellmark by Beaumont PD. The initials, I mentioned there was evidence taped with one of my former coworkers' initials. And I see the date on that is June 16th, 1999, I believe, which was after I left Cellmark Diagnostics.
So you were gone by the time all this came back into your laboratory.
That's what it appears, yeah.
But you show that on July 14th, 1997, that it was sent out back to the agency that brought you police department. Is that correct? Police department.
Yes,
Okay, so on July 17th, 1997, you sent back everything you had besides the blood that was already sent back, but you sent it back along with the extracts that you had back.
right. So by that date, everything that was submitted to me for the case on that sheet had been returned.
Now, let's talk about something else. Also on July 1st of 1997, actually, sure it was right.
Looks like October 17th, 1996, did y'all receive some evidence from
The Jefferson County Regional Crime Laboratory.
Yes,
subject?
What did you receive from Jefferson County Crime Lab?
on that date, we received, it was sent by Airborne Express. There was a sealed Airborne Express envelope. And inside was another envelope, which contained a sealed envelope that had a cutting identified as being from a bedspread.
Okay. And just to give an idea of what we're looking at as far as you received an Airborne Express? Okay. And the Airborne Express came on October 17th of 1996, is that correct?
That's correct.
And let me show you.
been marked as State's Exhibit 103A. And inside of that is 103, and see if you recognize these.
Yes, I do.
Okay, what are those?
So exhibit 103A was inside the Airborne Express envelope. And it has the same markings I mentioned before. It has the Cellmark case number, my initials, and the date of the that these was received. And exhibit 103 is an envelope identified as cutting from bedspread. And it has my initials on it and the Cellmark case number as before.
And what was the purpose of them sending you cuttings to your laboratory, you know?
So this was additional evidence being sent. My understanding was that semen had been identified on that cutting. And I was asked to perform DNA testing on that sample as well.
Now, when it arrives, well, first let's get this introduced so we can show the jury. Let me show you what let's see. What is this? $129, $130. Okay. Hey, let's mark some State Exhibit 129. See if you recognize this. This same thing?
I was gonna say, it looks like the same.
Yes,
thing.
that's just, I'm not there. Let's do 101. Let's just do 101. What that got one, I'll withdraw 129. I'm getting lost in my own menagerie here. All right, State's 101, you recognize it.
Yes,
Okay, and is this where you received that evidence?
it is.
And does it have your signature on it anywhere, or does it have the number of the things that you received you just identified?
It has my signature on the bottom.
Okay. So you received that personally?
Well,
Or you tested this person?
I tested those
Okay.
ones, yes.
And you verified what was on there whenever you tested it, the same as this form?
Yes.
Okay. Interstate's 101. Objection station.
Admitted.
Okay, again, here we are looking at someone case number, and it's the same unique case number.
Yes, same number.
Okay, and this was delivered to you by, or was sent to you by who?
Angela Fitzwater, County Regional Crime Line.
Okay. And down here at the bottom, it says the date it was received,
Yes, it does.
and that October 17th, 1996. So this is what was received. What did it say was received?
So it was, again, a sealed Airborne Express envelope. And inside was an unsealed envelope labeled Exhibit 4 Bed Comforter. And inside that was a sealed envelope, excuse me, labeled bedspread, which contained a material cutting.
Okay. So when was that returned to the Jefferson County Regional Crime Laboratory?
July 1st, 1997.
Was it returned with all the other things in 97 or a different time?
A slightly different date.
Okay. That's right. So the purpose of that was for DNA testing, is that correct?
Yes,
And were you to compare it against the vaginal swabs, the David Perry, Sam Hills, everything else that you have, is that correct?
I don't recall if I compared it with Sam Hiltz at this point because he had already been excluded from the vaginal swabs, but I'd have to look at that report.
Okay. Do you know when that report was issued on that one?
offhand.
Okay. Let's see if I can find it. Well, let's talk about while I'm doing this, why don't you tell us what would be the difference in taking something from a cutting that you have an unknown substance on?
Well, really no difference. The cutting would have been tested the same way as the vaginal swab because it was reported Cassie on it. So I would have to separate the victim and the non-victim DNA for that sample, the same thing.
I thought I had that sitting out. Can we, let's take a break since we're doing this for such a long time and give them a little break while I find that. It's sitting here.
All right, we are going to take a short break, 5-10 minutes, refresh yourself. Let's go back outside. Everyone remains seated while the jury exits first. And all parties are present. And the jury is seated in the courtroom. State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now I think we woke everybody back up. Let's start again. I talked to you about the comforter that arrived, the cuttings that we identified, correct?
Yes,
And we were talking about the testing of those, is that correct? And so did you in fact attempt to test the comforter cuttings that were sent to you?
I did.
So let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 130. First of all, see if you recognize this.
I do.
And what is that?
This is a page from my case file. It's a fax cover sheet that was sent to the district attorney's office.
And what was the purpose of sending that?
This was a cover sheet that went with the report on the comforter cutting.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 131, you recognize this?
I do.
And what is that?
This is the actual report, and I realize I said comforter, it's actually a bedspread. This is the report of the results from that bedspread.
Okay. When it came to you, was it labeled bedspread? You remember how it was labeled? Let me show you. State's Exhibit 101 again. The envelope was labeled what?
It was labeled bedspread.
What was the Exhibit 4 labeled that it came in, the unsealed envelope?
Came in an envelope that was labeled bed comforter.
So got bed comforter, and then down here it says bedspread cutting material. Is that correct?
It does.
Okay. That happens sometimes? That you get a little description that's like more descriptive of something else? Not often?
Sometimes you see that, but
Okay, so State's Exhibit 130, 131, did you prepare both of these documents yourself?
I did.
And this is your handwriting on State's Exhibit 130, is that correct?
It is.
And State's Exhibit 131, does it have your signature?
It does.
Interstate's 130, 131.
So objections to states 130, 131.
They are admitted.
So let's look at 130. What is that dated?
December 31st, 1996.
And it was to who?
It was to Steve Foreman
From who?
from me.
And what does this say?
So it says, I tried the sample twice and couldn't get interpretable results. We can still compare the Arlington case with the vaginal swab and fingernail clippings from this case.
Okay, so you weren't only just getting local cases, you were getting something from another case also. Not a comforter, but you're getting some results from another case in Arlington. Is that correct? Some things to test. Okay.
Yes.
So looking at States 131, what is the date of this?
December 26th, 1996.
And what is this?
So this is the report of my analysis of the bedspread that was sent with that fax cover sheet.
Does it have your unique case number?
It does.
And what was the material that was tested?
So it was a material cutting that was identified as being from a bedspread.
All right, and what date was you received it for analysis?
October 17th, 1996.
So let's look at the results. What were the results for the testing of the bedspread non-sperm fraction?
So the testing provided only partial DNA results, and you can see that by looking in that first column that says DQA1, and there are just dashes there. So there were no results from that particular DNA marker. What this can indicate is there just wasn't a whole lot of DNA that was obtained from that sample. As sensitive as DNA testing is, we still need a certain amount to get an interpretable result.
So let me ask you this, when there's a cutting of a large size, do you always get the large size cutting or do you get cuttings off of the cut sometimes?
We get all sizes of cuttings.
Okay.
But for my testing, I would take a cutting maybe a centimeter square size.
Now, later on, would that same cutting possibly give different results because of the sensitivity of the instruments that you have later on in time, say in 2020?
Sure, this particular type of DNA testing was on the earlier side of DNA. Certainly the testing today is much more sensitive than what it was back then.
So because of the fact that you could not get a complete sample, did you do any further comparisons or testing on it?
No, we did not.
What did you do with this once you got through with these comforter cuttings?
The cutting, once I was finished with it, would be returned to the agency.
Okay, and do you know when that was returned?
Yes, it looks like July 1st of 1997.
Now, earlier I talked to you about the DNA extracts, am I correct?
Yes,
And I actually looked at some baggies. You've had a chance to look at these a little bit more, haven't you?
I did.
Okay, let's look at State's Exhibit 125F. Do you recognize anything on it?
So State's Exhibit 125F does have my writing on it, yes.
Okay, and what would have been contained in State's Exhibit 125F?
So the actual exhibit is a little Ziploc baggie. And we would return the items I mentioned before, any extra DNA, any cuttings, anything that was left over essentially from my testing that pertains to the evidence. We would put in these Ziploc bags because they were in little tubes, and so multiple tubes could fit into one of these Ziploc bags. And so this is very typical of what we would use to package those things for return.
And if the envelope itself says DNA extract, that was returned to your laboratory from another laboratory, do you believe that's what was contained in this envelope?
Yes.
Okay, now let's talk about when it was received by your laboratory the second time. You were no longer working there, were you?
That's correct.
You were familiar though with the processes and procedures for their accepting evidence at that time, is that right?
Yes, they were still using the same form that I used when I received evidence and used it on the screen earlier.
And these forms, these documents, were they kept in the normal course of business?
Yes,
And was it the normal business for y'all to maintain these records?
yes.
And were these entries on this form on State's Exhibit 102? Let me show you that. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
So was
I recognize the form.
so that is a form that was kept in the normal course of business, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And it was your Cellmark's procedure to keep those and maintain them in the business, is that right?
Right. This is the form again that just documents everything that we received into the laboratory for analysis.
And would those be made by someone who had personal knowledge of that particular item that was documented there?
Yes, these forms are written by the person that actually receives the evidence from whatever carrier or individual that's delivering it.
And was it made at or near the time that the event occurred?
Yes, these are filled out the same day that we received the evidence.
Do you recognize who that is on there? Did you know that person?
Yes, I know the person that received.
Who was the person?
That would be Paula Gates.
Do you recognize her signature?
I do.
Interstate's 102. Objections to state 102, Judge.
It is admitted.
So when we're talking about these DNA extracts, when do you know when they were sent back to the agency? Let me get that form. Right here with the extracts, the slides, tubes.
Yes,
When were they sent?
July. Now.
Let's try it down here.
Thank you.
That a little better?
July 14th, 1997.
Okay. So, and they were sent by,
They were sent by FedEx.
okay. You got the FedEx number
on the bottom of the form, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So. Do you know when they came back to your lab report?
That would be on the form that I just looked at.
Okay, let's look at it. So what does it say? Is this the case number we have?
Right, same case number.
Okay. And what is this?
So that describes what was received, and it's a DNA extracts received.
Not amplified DNA, is that right?
Right,
So it had just been the extracts like you took them before it was amplified.
yes,
Okay.
whatever leftover DNA from that isolation process.
All right. What does it say? Evidence not logged in, analysis not started, 8399.
So it looks like they didn't log in the details, for example, what the tubes were labeled or exactly what was received, because no analysis was apparently performed on that.
Okay, so what did they do with it since it came in? Looks like it came in on what day?
June 16th, 1999,
And when was it set out?
August 3rd, 1999.
And no testing was performed on the DNA extract, is that correct?
That appears to be the case.
Didn't stay there long enough, did it?
Well, you could have tested really fast.
But-
Probably not.
Okay, but you don't know, it says none of it was tested, is that right?
It would have had more identifiers on that form, in terms of the individual item exhibit numbers, if they were tested.
Well, did you have an opportunity of the DNA extracts? What would
The ones that were sent back, you know what they would have been labeled? How the little vials would have been labeled?
Right, so the individual tubes all have unique identifiers, and if you notice on the forms we had up before, there were numbers like 01, 02, 05. Each individual tube is assigned a unique identifier, because we want to be sure we keep everything straight. And so on these tubes, we have the case number, the FL 95-1032 on there, as well as the unique identifier for that particular evidence item.
So what would the blood have been, the unlabeled blood?
So the unlabeled blood would be in a small tube that would be labeled F95-1032-02, and it would have that identifier labeled twice in case one of them rubbed off.
And when you tested the vaginal swabs, you had the sperm cell fraction and the non-sperm cell fraction. What would they have been labeled?
Right, so because we separate the DNA, sperm and non-sperm, we have two tubes from that sample. The identifier for the vaginal swabs was 01, and the non-sperm fraction is called 01E1 for extract 1, and the sperm fraction is called 01E2 for extract 2.
So other than testing other individuals to compare to what you'd already tested, did you perform any other testing on things from the crime scene of the victim or the autopsy?
Yes,
What was that?
I tested fingernail clippings.
When did those arrive at your lab? Do you know?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if I can find this one. Let's start with this. Looking at State's Exhibit 35 and its contents, do you see anything on there that you recognize?
Yes, it is.
And what do you recognize on those?
So on to each of these items, again, in blue pen, in these locations, I see the Cellmark case number, I mentioned before, the individual exhibit identifiers, my initials, and the date that they were received, it's October 17th, 1995.
So you received those on October 17th, 1995? And
We'll find a clean copy, but can you? How about that form and I have one marked?
when you received those, what kind of condition were they in? What were they located in?
These were sent by the Federal Express, so
Okay.
they were in sealed Federal Express. And each of them came in these envelopes with themselves sealed.
And are they labeled? They're labeled individually, aren't they? Right hand, left hand?
They are.
And what is the purpose of having those labeled that way?
Well, it's possible there's different sorts of evidence on each hand. They're two separate things, right?
Yeah.
And so they would let fingernail scraping or clippings from each hand separately and pack them up in their own envelopes. They were collected individually from the right and the left hand and packaged separately in these envelopes.
In receiving these, what kind of testing would you have done on the finger?
Well, we would have performed the same sort of PCR testing that we did on the other items.
Can you show you what's marked states to give it 100? You recognize that?
Yes.
And is that what the form showing when the fingernail clippings are off?
It is.
And what happened to them after, where you sent them?
Right, so this is the evidence receipt form, the same sort of form that you've seen before, detailing when the fingernail scrapings or clippings arrived and when they were returned.
And is this form prepared by you?
Yes,
And it have your signature on it?
it does.
That's your handwriting, is that correct?
That's correct.
And there states 100? No objection, states 100, Judge.
Admitted.
Okay, let's look at stage 100. This is the form that says you received this. This is the same case number, is that correct?
Yes,
And from who submitted it?
that was submitted from Bill Tatum's.
Okay. And looking at what you received that day, on what day was that?
That was October 17th, 1995.
Okay, what was received?
So there were 3 items in the FedEx package. Let's start with the fingernail clippings. So I had a Ziploc bag, which had those 2 envelopes that we just saw. One sealed and identified as fingernail scrapings right hand, and another which was sealed and identified as fingernail scrapings from the left hand. And in addition to that, there was a purple top blood tube, which was labeled Merrill Cooper.
So Merrill Cooper, we haven't seen his name before in our little testings, have we?
Yeah.
What was the purpose, do you think, of sending the blood along with that? Was that to test against the other items that you had?
Yes, the investigation was continuing, and I assume they came up with the suspects, which would be sent to me periodically for comparison.
Trying to find the report that you did on the fingernail clippings. Did you obtain a DNA profile on the fingernail clippings?
I did.
Okay. As soon as I find that, we'll talk about that. Do you have the copy of it, or do you know where it would be?
I copied.
Can you pull it out for me, please?
Let me find it before you, but we'll see.
I have it.
Okay.
What date is that report?
December 21st, 1995.
You said on market 133. And states exhibit 133, is that your report that you prepared?
Yes, it is.
Does it have your signature?
It does.
And is it a complete copy of that report?
Yes.
Is that the report that we just talked about on the fingernail clippings? And does it also include Merrill Cooper?
Among a lot of other things.
No longer, okay, yeah, we'll talk about that too. All right. Gender states 133. Objections to states 133, Judge.
It is admitted.
Again, this is dated when?
December 21st, 1995.
Okay. And what exhibits were being tested?
So these are the three exhibits that we had just talked about being received by FedEx. The purple top tube of blood identified as being from Merrill Cooper, and the right and left hand fingernail clippings.
Okay, and says this was polymerase chain reaction PCR testing was performed, is that correct?
It was.
Okay, and that was on what day?
I mean, the exhibits were
I was
received.
going to
on
receive them that day.
17.
So this is the report that's occurred after that, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's just go on with that. So the DNA results, what did you get as far as the result on this? Let me just look at the chart. We can skip all the bingo. What all was compared to what?
Whole lot of things, as you can see.
Yeah.
So we have the vaginal swab that we've already looked at before. We have the right and left hand nail clippings now, in addition to the unlabeled blood. And the remaining samples listed on that report were all individuals submitted for comparison that were potential suspects for the case.
So we got David Perry, Merrill Cooper, Sam Hiltz, Chad Ellis, Michael McCann, somebody named just Mills, Scott Peters, Paul McCarter, Flores, Wick, and Mark Carroll, is that correct?
That's correct.
So all these were compared together,
Yes.
and when you came up with the results, what were your conclusions? Let's just go there and skip all the other individuals.
Okay, I need a minute to review those. If I could.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so the part that's on the screen now talks about the vaginal swab. And this particular report only compares the vaginal swab with Merrill Cooper because all of those other individuals had previously been compared with the vaginal swab already. So I did not repeat those results again.
Okay,
But Merrill Cooper was excluded as a source of DNA from those vaginal swabs.
okay,
And the right hand fingernail clippings indicated DNA from more than one individual. We would expect to have DNA from the person whose clippings they are, so that's not unusual. And then there's evidence of at least one or more additional people on the right hand fingernail clippings.
okay.
And
Let me turn the page. Back in.
the left hand fingernail clippings also contain DNA from more than one individual. And that was compared with those individuals. And everybody was excluded except for the donor of the unlabeled blood from the left hand fingernail clippings.
Which the unlabeled blood, we've already pretty much determined matches the vaginal swabs, the other swab that makes it where we believe it to be the victim's
That's
blood.
like the victims, yes.
So all those were excluded, and was that, those fingernail clippings, was that the last testing as far as crime scene, autopsy scene with your laboratory?
Yes.
That's what it said.
Good morning again.
Right.
Ms. Weber, what was the date you just testified was their last testing?
Let's see that report again. That would be
Absolutely.
I don't recall. It's probably fingernails. Maybe that's last.
I showed you State's Exhibit number 133.
Number 133 is dated December 21st, 1995.
Okay, and you testified that was the last testing that your facility did?
If I could just look at that bedspread report really quickly,
Which report?
the bedspread. Just to verify which came first.
You're tendering her
I'm
exhibit,
sorry.
what?
You're absolutely right. I should have known.
That's
State's Exhibit number 131.
So 131 is the report for the bedspread, and that was actually the last testing that I did in this case.
That's the last testing,
Yes,
and that was December 26th of 1996.
yes,
You are a representative of Cellmark, correct? Or back then,
back then, yeah,
and you're representing what you did at Cellmark then.
correct.
Are you sure about, I know it's been a long time, but you have reviewed your files prior to coming here, right?
Yes, I have.
Let's get, I've got some questions. Is it important for companies that do DNA to have quality control?
That's important for not just DNA testing, but any forensic testing, yes.
Any forensic testing? And why is that important?
You want to be sure a lot of things. Quality assurance program is very important to ensure that consistent procedures are followed by different analysts, that analysts are properly trained to do what they're doing, to ensure that any work that is what we call non-conforming work outside of the procedures is addressed to find out why did that happen and how can that be prevented. You do proficiency testing to ensure that your analysts and procedures are working properly. So a lot of components to a quality assurance program, all of which are obviously important in forensic testing.
For the quality, because when you're dealing with such small samples and you're doing statistics and stuff like that, it's important to get the right numbers and to be able to use, I guess, items that are known or possibly known as best as possible. Would you agree? And I just probably gave you like 5 questions.
I was gonna say, it's a little, if you could repeat that, I would appreciate it.
I guess I wanted to emphasize the purpose of quality control. Is that because you're dealing with numbers and fractions and small stuff, it's important to keep control to know your results could possibly be relied upon.
I would actually say it's larger than because we're working in statistics or small samples, because it really encompasses all of forensics, which don't necessarily work with small samples. But what you want to be sure, obviously, is that your results are reliable. You want to be sure that you're providing accurate results. You want to be sure your instrumentation and your procedures are working properly. So those are all key things, obviously, when such important results can come from assisting a criminal investigation one way or the other.
And so you do have checks on your machines, your procedures, just everything is checked daily or very often.
We certainly have controls and maintenance and that sort of thing that's done regularly, yes.
Do you have a third party come in and oversee your protocol? Or do you have, well, let me just take that back. Do you have any certifications that you receive or something saying that from a third party that says you're following good, strong scientific procedures?
Yes.
Good. And is that necessary in this type of field? Especially when I say this field, DNA.
I think that, I'm not sure I would say it's necessary, but I think it's very important, because what happens is when a third party comes in and looks at your procedures, how you derived them, and looks at everything that you do and says, yes, this meets, very high quality standards, it's almost a stamp of approval on what you're doing, and ensuring that your laboratory it has the ability to produce reliable and accurate results.
And that's extremely important in your field.
Yes, I would say it's very important.
And is that across the board when anybody or any company or anybody does DNA, should be, I guess, certified or at least looked over the shoulder that you're doing things right to give you credibility?
It's not something that's required. Laboratories can opt into that or not. Personally, coming from accredited laboratories, I'm used to that procedure and having that certificate, but it's not something that's required by any particular entity, though.
Yesterday, there was testimony, strike that. Would you agree with me? There were, your Cellmark performed many tests on many individuals.
Yes,
Yesterday, there was testimony that said there were only several that, and I kind of questioned what several was, but today you said there was numerous, which to me is different than several. Approximately how many individuals that you've categorized as suspects were tested by your facility?
I think the number that we saw on that report with the fingernail scrapings, may have been, I don't know if that was a complete list, but it certainly was indicative of the number of people that had been compared against those samples.
How many, what number was that?
If I could see that report, I could count for you.
And again, I think I showed you or give to you states exhibit number 33.
So in States Exhibit 33, I compared 11 individuals who were identified as suspects with the evidence in this case.
And in fact, there may be more. There were individuals that you may not have known of, right?
Oh, absolutely. There could be individuals that were not sent in for comparison.
Or sent to your agency. That's not, you're not saying that's the exhaustive list.
That's the only ones that I was sent,
Okay.
that were sent to me for a DNA comparison.
Back in 95, DNA was in its infancy, correct? Started in 87, but law enforcement started using it.
Well, the first criminal case in the United States took place in 1987. So I guess infancy is a relative term. I started in the field in 1989, so I had already, I'm doing it for 6 years.
And you would agree with me that over time, the process has gotten better and better, more refined, more specific, and more information can be ascertained from samples or whatever you want to call them.
I think what's improved has been the sensitivity of the testing so that we can get results with smaller samples than before, at least from the time when I started. And also how discriminating or how specific, to the point where we can identify a single individual given a full DNA profile today.
You did the DNA, but not the trace. There was testimony saying they went to the FBI. That's what happened. Correct?
Um,
You don't have any knowledge of that.
I don't.
Okay. You tested many individuals, and I have a question. I show you what has for identification purposes only, defendant's number. You recognize defendant's number one to yourself.
I do.
Okay. And is that something that is similar to what has been entered into as states exhibits in reference to your reports?
Yes.
When you test somebody, like in this case, you stated that when you did the vaginal test, the swabs, okay, that there were more than one contributor to DNA there.
I did.
Okay. And one source was, I'm going to say Miss Edwards, but the known, uh, I guess it was the blood tube, the purple blood tube, right?
That would be the donor of the blood in the tube that was unlabeled.
Right, and then that would be, and I'm gonna put the victim or the deceased, okay? And then in other cases, like you said about Sam Hiltz, David Perry, and all the other people there, that was another donor. Correct? That a known donor. Or a known sample. Excuse me.
I had known samples from each of those additional 11 individuals for comparison.
Right. And I'm trying to put this as simple terms as I can. Is that, but you made reference and you excluded these individuals from those samples, right? That you received.
I excluded, some of them were excluded outright. Others were only excluded if there were 2 contributors. And I mentioned before that I really can't say if there was only 2 contributors to that sperm fraction.
Well, didn't you say though, in that report, that the unlabeled blood cannot be excluded, and if that's the deceased, that you can't exclude them because you have blood, right?
Correct.
And then the remaining types originated from a single sperm donor, right?
No, I can't determine how many donors there are. When I see multiple types like it's on the screen, I can tell when there's more than one person contributing DNA, but I have no way of knowing if it's 2, 3, 4, or how many. So my conclusion is limited to more than one person.
Yes. This tube, sorry. This. In the example of Mr. Hiltz and the others, but Mr. Hiltz, you excluded him as a sperm donor from DNA, didn't you?
Under the assumption, if there are only 2 sperm donors, then yes, he was excluded. If there are 2 people, I'm sorry, not 2 sperm donors. If there are 2 individuals contributing to that sample.
Would you disagree? If is excluded as a donor of the sperm DNA. Sam Hiltz.
That's not the full sentence that's in that report.
Well, but there's a period. But you do say, and I'm going to get to it now, okay? Because that's what you want to get to. But you did say that in those reports, right? To her.
I could read the report if you'd like to give it to me.
No, you got to do it to yourself. Okay, this is, please read it
I
to yourself, okay? It's not an evidence. Read it to yourself. Right. In the reports, as in this, you wrote, and for instance, Sam Hiltz that you testified to, is excluded as a donor of the sperm DNA, period, right?
The beginning of the sentence reads, if there's a single sperm donor, he is excluded as a source of that DNA. Yes.
Objection, non-responsive. I'll ask again.
Overruled. The person answering the question has a fair opportunity to not only answer and explain her answer so that we can understand the full explanation by the person who made the actual statement. So she can explain. She can answer and she is entitled to explain her answer.
Let me try another way. Did you ever write Sam Hiltz is excluded as the donor of the sperm DNA?
Not without a qualifier in that sentence.
But did you?
That's part of the sentence in the report, yes.
Did you? Yes?
That's part of the sentence. In the
Okay.
report. It's not the full conclusion.
After that, you said that if there were 2 or more sperm donors, Mr. Hiltz cannot be excluded as one of the sources of the sperm DNA.
Yes, if there's 2 or more, that's correct.
Okay. Do you still hold true to that?
Yes.
Okay. So all I was trying to get at, Ms. Webb, was what was written in your reports.
Is that a question?
Yes, it was.
That wasn't a question. That was a statement. Please just ask questions.
Sperm always comes from males. Great.
That's true.
Okay. In fact, all the persons that you tested, you stated in your reports that these results may be due, or the additional types may be due to the presence of DNA from more than one individual or to technical artifacts.
That's a specific, at specific markers, that could be the case, yes.
So there could be more than one donor.
There is-
Possibly.
There is more than one.
And we don't know. And we don't know how many donors there might be, right? This is, you can't tell.
Right, I can say more than one.
More than one. You stated that the last time you and Cellmark conducted tests was December 21st of 1995, correct?
No, I believe it's 1996, the bedspread was the last report.
Huh?
I think.
What has been marked as defendant's exhibit number 2. Do you recognize that?
Look at that, I was wrong. 1997 is a report.
1997. And in 1997, were you, you could read.
Yes, I would refresh my recollection.
Sure.
Please. So 1996 was the last. Okay.
Got to ask you a question, okay? So in 1997, you were sent some more samples, correct?
Yes,
You have the report, right? You have the report with you?
probably, but.
Yeah, if you could,
Same one. Too.
if you need to refresh your memory.
What's the date on your report?
This one is April 28th, 29th of 1997. Is that your last report that you've made, 1997?
It's the last one I have with me.
And you were asked again to do some testing on nail clippings and vaginal swabs, correct?
It was not additional testing on those items. Right, so we used the same results that I had previously obtained for those samples, but we had new samples for comparison with them.
You had new samples.
Yes,
And in your conclusions, did you say that there was more than one individual was obtained from the sperm fraction of the sample of the vaginal swab?
yes, that's the same conclusion all along.
Do you know how many more is than one?
I do not.
You also had the right hand clippings, again, did you not?
Yes,
Okay. You had both nail clippings at one time.
the right and the left, yes.
Okay. And I guess as you do the testing, you have the results from the previous times, which started back in 1995. We're now in April of 1997. So it's years, several years. And I guess you've kind of progressed because you haven't found really any matches of what you've done prior to what they're sending you each time, correct?
I believe so.
Well, I mean, you don't go back from square one again and do it all, and test all the other individuals. It's kind of like a building block because you've already done it and see if there's anything new.
You said, I believe I know what you're asking. If I could rephrase in a way, I think you can tell me if this is what you're asking. I never retested the vaginal samples or the fingernail clippings that's in this report, these are the same results that were in the previous report. We're just comparing them to new people.
Right. I mean, you've had results from the prior tests and you're building on, why do it again when you already have the results that you're relying upon?
Yes.
Okay. On the right hand fingernail clipping of the 97 report, okay, April of 97, you said that you obtained DNA, correct? And that you could not rule out, or that you found DNA of a female, correct?
I just reviewed the report briefly. Yes,
Female probably being Miss Edwards.
that would make sense, yes.
But the second set, but you had another source of DNA underneath the right fingernail,
Yes,
correct? And when the state asked you about the fingernails, you said people. Remember they asked you that and they said, yeah, there might have been other people there, right?
I don't recall that, but there is more than one individual on the
Right.
right hand clippings, yes.
And my point being is it's not just people, it's actually male people.
I detected both female and male DNA from those clippings, yes.
So there is male DNA underneath that fingernail clipping.
The right hand clippings, yes.
Did you test the left hand clippings?
I did.
And what did you find?
Those were in a previous report and I found only a single source of DNA that was consistent with the allele blood sample.
Did Cellmark ever determine the male DNA under the right hand nail clipping?
Right, in terms of identifying who that might be?
Yes.
No,
How about any of the donors of the vaginal swab?
No.
Were you given any anal swabs to test?
yes,
And when did you test those?
I did not test the anal swabs.
Why did you not test them?
We test whatever we're asked to by the and I was asked to test the vaginal swabs. And I don't see any indication that I was asked to test the anal swabs or the oral swabs.
When you received these samples, was that the original samples that you received back in 95 for testing that included the anal swabs?
Yes, they were received in 1995.
Do you have any reason why law enforcement or whoever the agency was did not want you to test those?
I would not know that.
I just have a second.
Shall I put this report on?
Oh, sure. At the end of your testimony with the state, you were given some samples from an Arlington case. Do you remember testifying to that?
There was a notation about an Arlington case on the fax cover sheet that I looked at, yes.
Do you know what that's about? Why they labeled it Arlington?
I don't know.
Could it have been another somewhere else or another suspect? Possibly.
I don't know.
Did you test that?
No.
To the best of your ability, did you understand my questions?
If not, I asked for clarification.
Okay. And did you ask for clarification?
Yes.
Is there anything that you need to clarify or get straight or anything that from my questions at all that change your answers?
No.
Okay, anything like that, so you're perfectly fine with what you said, clear, everything else.
When I'll clarify, yes.
Good to see you. Pass the witness subject to recall, Your Honor.
I have nothing further this week, sir.
This lady be excused.
Please, sir.
You are excused. Thank you. Next, please.
Linda Johnson.
Then the time.
Raise your right hand, man. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please have a seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. How are you doing, ma'am? You got some sick grandkids at home? So I'm gonna try and be as quick as I can, if that's all right with you. Okay. This is a case you've been involved in for a long time when you were working before you retired, right? Tell us your name and where you used to work.
Linda Johnson. I was employed at the Regional Crime Lab from 1990 to 2016.
And in that capacity, did you handle evidence for the case of the homicide of Catherine Edwards?
Yes, I
Did I ask you before you came to testify if you could look through the lab file for this case, and I'd look for moving back and forth of certain items of evidence that went through the crime lab pertaining to the Catherine Edwards. And so if it's all right with you, I think the way to do this is I'm just gonna go one item at a time. So let's, and did you, in reviewing your file, did you prepare some notes or some sort of chart kind of documenting each of those items and when you received them and where you sent them?
yes, it's
Okay. Can I see that? Would it help you to refresh your memory if you had this chart, which for the record is 3 pages, available when you testify about these items that we're going to talk about?
yes.
Okay. So there, I'll show you what has been marked as State Exhibit 32. You recognize some of the initials and some of the writings on this?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Would you tell me what was the case number for the crime lab, our crime lab here?
Our lab number
Yes, ma'am.
is 33036.
Okay. And do you see that lab number on State's Exhibit 32 as well?
Yes,
Okay. And then you've marked this as an exhibit, and is that your initial right there?
yes, it is.
Okay. Do you recall when the first time you received this sexual assault kit, State's Exhibit 32?
Received into the lab or when I first saw it.
When
the crime numbers first received this state's exhibit 32?
November the 2nd, 2001.
Okay, and do you know, who, are you able to discern from the writings on this exhibit 32, who submitted that?
Yes, it was Joyce Billingsley.
Okay, it was Joyce Billingsley, someone who is retired from Beaumont Police Department Property Division.
Yes, she is.
Okay.
And what is the next time that this state's exhibit 32 is sent somewhere or transferred somewhere else?
I sent certain exhibits from that exhibit to DPS Austin on November 26th of 2001.
Okay. On November 26th, 2001.
Do you have a record of what specific items from this state's exhibit 32 you sent to DPS Austin?
I sent 23.9 O, V, and A, which were the swabs from the kept in boxes.
Okay. And did you also send a something from the comfort?
I did send a sample from the comforter. It was on same day, 11/26/81.
So there was a mailing to DPS Austin,
Yeah.
the crime lab, where you sent a number of items. One of which, I'm gonna show you here. Show you. What I have marked as state's exhibit 33.
Yes, I recognize that.
That state's exhibit 33 is this one of the items that you sent to DPS Austin in November of 2001?
Yeah.
And did you send this state's exhibit 33 with the 3 swab boxes, vaginal, anal, and oral, or state's exhibit 33B, 33A, and 33O? Were those contained within state's exhibit 33 when you sent it to the DPS Austin crime?
And you're talking about that 33 right there?
Yes, ma'am, and these are.
Yes.
D, A, and O.
Yes.
Okay. And you see your case number and initials on each of these swab boxes.
Yes, I do.
And this is our crime lab exhibit 23.9. So this is state's exhibit 33 and 33A, B, and O. Okay. All of this packaging, do you see your name on it anywhere? So would this be packaging that might have been created after you sent to these items in State Exhibit 33 to the Austin Crime Lab in November of 2001.
Yes.
And just looking at the State Exhibit 33, the packaging, do you see a seal with your initials on it?
Yes, I do. Technically,
So what is the date of the seal that you resealed these items?
it's 11/14/01.
So would that reflect when you opened State Exhibit 33 to take an inventory of each of the contents of those swab boxes?
When I opened the sexual assault kit
Okay.
to inventory it and
State Exhibit 32, when you opened State Exhibit 32, you
That's
also,
inventory everything in.
okay, so then you took a full inventory of what the contents of State Exhibit 33.
The SWAT boxes were in a sexual assault kit. And I placed them in this manila envelope to send them to DPS Houston.
I see, okay, so this
That's
middle
me.
envelope was your.
That's me,
okay.
yes.
So. States Exhibits 33A, B, and O. On 11/14, you opened. States Exhibit 32, this sexual assault kit. And included in the contents of that were States Exhibit 33A, B, and O.
Yes.
And do you see your initials on States Exhibit 32 with the date November 14th, 2001?
I do.
Okay, that reflects when you opened this and then you resealed it?
Yes.
Did you see item 43.9 or States Exhibit 33 of the swap boxes that are contained within it at any point after this?
Did I see them after that? I don't. I know some of the packaging came back to the lab. And then
Okay. But as far as the boxes themselves, you're not certain whether or not they stayed at the lab or came back as just part of the package.
I don't have that in my notes in front of me.
Okay. That's okay. Now. You also said that on this November 27th. 2001 mailing?
To DPS.
Yes, ma'am.
26.
26, okay. On this November 26, 2001 mailing. You also sent. Cover headings.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so I'm gonna show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 103 B.
B as in boy.
B as in boy. See this packaging in its contents?
Yeah.
You see your initials on the State's Exhibit 103 B, what's in boy?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What's the date associated with those initials?
Well, my seal is dated 11/21/01.
So would that be the date that you sealed this item in that clear packaging, states 103 B before mailing it to GPS Austin Crime Lab on 11/26/01?
Yes.
So if we look at the contents of State's Exhibit 103 B. these appear to be, comfort cuttings, items, exhibits 103A and exhibit 103. These appear to be packaging and comfort cuttings, from the crime scene. And let me ask you this, Ms. Johnson, do you recognize, another one of your coworkers' initials on some of these packaging, Angela Fitzwater?
Yes, I do.
Does it appear that Angela created these packagings, and the cuttings inside of them, it states 103 and 103 cuttings?
It appears to be, I didn't work that, but yes, it's got Angela's initials on it.
So your role in handling states exhibit 103 and 103A was to package it in states 103B in November of 2001 and send it to DPS also.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, when you're handling these kinds of items and making packaging and documenting your records, do you take care to not, handle one item at a time and not potentially, misplace or, mislabel, something that you're in the process of sending somewhere else?
Yes,
And do you typically, handle one particular item, especially when it's biological material at a time, before, handling any other item, to avoid issues such as contamination and things like that?
yes, you have to separate those.
You've been trained to do that, over the years of your experience, and then also, education and continuing education over the years, how to handle evidence properly so that you do not, cross-contaminate.
Yes,
Okay. And how long did you work at the crime lab?
26 years.
Quite a long time. Were you always in the position of some sort of forensic or analyst position at the crime lab?
No, when I was hired, the first 7 years, I worked as the laboratory technician. And then I worked 7 years as a forensic scientist. And then the last years, were as director.
Okay, so you, towards the end before you retired, you were the director of our local crime lab.
Yes, from 2004 to 2016.
Okay, and even in those years, there are occasions where you were still handling other items of evidence associated with this case.
Oh, yes.
But as far as some of the specific items that I've asked you to look into, let me make sure I've covered my ground here. States Exhibit 32. And after you opened this and took some of the items out of this, did you handle this exhibit or this sexual assault kit again while you were at the crime?
I don't think so, because I didn't return the evidence to on my meetings.
Okay. With respect to the swabs, this is what I've got marked as exhibit 33D. It's the outer packaging that within includes the actual swabs that you testified about handling a while ago. But you have any notes in the review of your crime lab file about the handling of the swabs after you sent them to Austin GPS crime lab in November of 2000?
And we're talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
Um. We did get, some things back from DPS. In a box in the mail, and I did perform an inventory on all of that. And, that was done in 2003.
Okay. And I believe you, also have potentially a note about the blood vial and that I got marked here as State's Exhibit 34, which would be the what has been testified previously as Catherine Edwards blood standard for the autopsy. It's on the side.
Okay.
So let me ask you this, on State's Exhibit 34 here, do you recognize Angela Fitzwater's initials on this step 8 blood sample?
Yes, I do.
And that's our local lab number, Exhibit 11.
Yes.
But there was this inventory later down the road where you were handling some packaging and also packaging that contained this item specifically, the blood vials and State's Exhibit 34. Is that correct?
I did, return those, blood vials to Kelly at Beaumont PD. I signed those over myself. February 27th, 1997. I'm sorry, I hope y'all can understand.
You're doing fine, ma'am. I really appreciate it.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, and so
Leave this is.
you recognize this handwritten note here, and I'll mark this just to. Actually, mark this as Exhibit 134. You recognize this handwritten note here?
Yes.
Is that your inventory of a number of different items received back from the Austin Crime Lab on what day is that?
This is the return. This is the evidence that I returned on the 27th of February, 1997.
And yes, okay, so there, in that Exhibit 134, do you itemize a number of your local crime lab numbers and whether it was packaging for the actual item that will return to Beaumont Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. And when it comes to the blood tubes, which is our local item 11, were the actual blood tubes here in State Exhibit 34 returned to Beaumont PD?
Yes, on that day.
Okay. Did you have any other handling of your blood tube in State's Exhibit 34 after that?
No,
Now, if you had not opened any of the packaging in 34A, B, or C, would your initials necessarily be on these packages when you returned to Beaumont Police Department?
if I had opened some things, then I would have initially,
And if you had not,
then I wouldn't have, no.
so if you had received these items, and including the blood tube, and already knew the blood tube was in there, would you have necessarily opened this if you were returning it to Beaumont Police Department?
No, because it's labeled as Exhibit 11, and we knew what it was, and we returned it as Exhibit 11.
And is your lab, as part of its practice and procedure, create evidence record sheets whenever there's some sort of transfer to another agency like this?
Yes,
Okay, so as far as State's Exhibit 34 goes, the victim's blood tubes, those went back to the Beaumont Police Department in 1997, February of 1997.
yes.
Yeah, Ms. Johnson. The comfort. You spoke of this comforter being sent to Austin Crime Lab, correct?
That's correct.
And that's what we're talking about here is exhibit 103, 103A, and then 103B, which the latter being the packaging that you handle containing 103 and 103A. Do you recall when you handled anything pertaining to the comforter cuttings in these 103 exhibits again?
Other than the inventory that we talked about in 2023, I didn't do anything else with anything related to the computer.
Okay, and you said 2023, do you mean 2003? You're fine. So in 2003,
2003.
you received a number of things, a number of items in packaging back from DPS Austin, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then was it on October 30th, 2003 that you completed a full inventory of everything you received?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know what items specifically you inventoried on October 30th, 2003?
There was a record of it.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll just ask it this way. As far as the comfort cuttings, that was at least the packaging is one of the items that you received back.
Yes, it was.
And that's the State's Exhibit 103. Should I give it back? 103B and 103A.
I can't see the numbers, but if you're talking about those numbers.
Yes, it's 103B. And then the contents 103 and 103A, which were done by Angela Fitzwater. Any other handling concerning his comforter after that date in 2003?
Not after that, no.
Okay. Were there any other things concerning the comforter that you did, not necessarily Angela Fitzwater, that we haven't discussed?
I made notes when it went to Cellmark the first time, it went there, yeah, everyone. I made the notes on the record sheet for that, but that's it.
Okay, and
No analysis.
if the analyst from Cellmark just testified before you and gave us dates in the nineties when she received the cuttings from the comforter, and everything inside states 103C, would those be accurate as far as when your crime lab sent those items to her?
We sent them to Cellmark on October 16th.
Any other handling of the comforter cuttings?
No.
As far as those cuttings, the person who actually did the cuttings of that comforter, that was not you.
That's something.
Any other handling of the swab boxes or that packaging?
After the inventory one.
So the packaging, state exhibit 33D and then 33C. And then containing exhibit 33 and then the boxes themselves, 33A, B, and O. Did you receive those as part of that big return from the DPS crime lab in Austin in 2003?
Yes,
Okay, and did you make an itemized list as far as what you had received at that time for the swaps and the packaging?
yes, I did.
Any other handling of the swabs, swab boxes or the packaging after that?
No, not by me.
There was also one of the earliest things that you handled in this particular lab number was some items of processed DNA from Cellmark, right?
Yes.
I've got marked as state exhibit 125B. C. And 125A. 125A, B, and C, so those appear to be 3 envelopes with some sort of label about processed DNA from Cellmark.
Yes, it is.
And do you see an initial from your coworker, Angela Fitzwater, noting when those items were first received?
Um, Yes,
Is it on the seal?
yes, it is.
Okay, what's the date there?
7/28/97. I think it's on the type. Check. Yes, 97.
What were you able to discern as far as your notes and for the handling of these 3 items, 125A, B, and C?
Well, I didn't do any analysis on those items, but I did forward them to Cellmark on June 15th, 1999.
Okay. So Angela Fitzwater received them from Cellmark the first time, and you later forwarded them back to Cellmark with requesting additional testing.
But she didn't personally receive them from Cellmark. They were submitted,
Right.
and then,
You know what,
what was, I'm sorry.
what's the difference between just received and submitted? What are we talking about?
Those were submitted to the lab by Beaumont.
Okay, meaning that the agency that is in charge of this investigation usually has to make a record of when they provide evidence that's been returned from, you know, somewhere else to your lab. They make a record of that.
Those were, well, of course we do, but yes, those were submitted by Beaumont, yes.
Okay. And so the clear plastic bags with our lab members on one side and I believe a Cellmark member on the other side. That F number of a Cellmark member you recognize? That
Oh, yes. Yes.
those, if the Cellmark analysts testified that those exhibits 125 D, 125 E, and 125 F, if those were the packaging that Cellmark would have initially sent the amplified or DNA extracts to your lab or to BBD to submit to your lab, would it make sense with how your lab handled things at the time that when y'all received it, you would have packaged it in an envelope such as 125A, B, and C?
Yes, it would, because the DNA extracts would go into the freezer. So, yes.
So you, or Angela, when she initially received these, would it make sense with how y'all handled evidence at that time that if they were received in these clear bags that either you or Angela, and I guess in this case Angela, would have packaged them in these envelopes and written a description?
Yes,
So do you recognize that as Angela's handwriting?
yes,
Okay, so you recognize Angela's handwriting on 125A, B, and C?
yes.
Now, when is the next time that you handle this evidence after you sent it back to Cellmark in 1999?
We received some evidence back to the crime laboratory in August of 1999, and I then inventoried that on August 9th of 1999.
Okay, and when you say inventory that, we're talking about the manila packaging and the clear packaging contents for exhibit 125 A, B, and C.
Well, I would not have opened them because they were sealed.
Right.
And so, a Fitzwater act would have been in the plain envelopes.
Okay.
So I wouldn't have opened them.
Now, that you had just sent them to Cellmark maybe a month or two earlier, is that right? Or maybe even less.
Couple months.
Was that quick turnaround, the result of investigators from Beaumont Police Department and the Texas Rangers asking you if you could collect all evidence from Cellmark and it could be then submitted to Austin DPS crime lab? Meaning, did you send it to Cellmark and then ask for it back, not too short of a time after, because the Rangers and some of the investigators at BPD wanted to send everything to Austin DPS?
That could be, I don't recall that specifically, without looking at all the notes.
But that being said, did an investigator from Beaumont Police Department come in around 2000 and take these three items, 125B, 125C, and 125A?
Yes, in January of 2000, they were picked up.
Was that January 19th, 2000?
Yes,
And was that Larry Thomas?
it was,
And Larry Thomas signed for him?
yes,
And when Larry Thomas signed for him, were exhibits 125A, B, and C, and their contents Were they in sealed condition?
Yes, because I signed them.
Anything else, as far as items that we handled, that we haven't gone through, Ms. Johnson? Okay, again, I thank you for your time. Mr. Bennett may have some questions for you.
Ms. Johnson, I'll try to be as brief as possible, but I do have questions. Do you have your case file with you?
Not the old.
If you briefly look at these, these have your names, give the name discovery, and they have your names on them. Are you familiar with those documents?
How much time do you anticipate? You want a break here?
5-10 minutes, Chuck. Unless you want to take a break.
You want a break or 5 to 10 minutes is what he's anticipating? Continue? 5, 10? Thank you. Oh, yeah.
I think I'm going to be fast. Those are yours.
I haven't looked through all of them, but let me see the first few, I haven't seen your.
And if I represented to you that all of them had your signature on it, somewhere down the line, you would have had to sign these documents. Correct? And these are crime lab documents, showed you reference to submittal and where the property that you just testified to, possibly went from your facility to somewhere else, correct?
I'll have to look at the reports, but if you say they're there, then.
Okay.
I mean,
First one I show you, on that is, do you know where a baseball cap, type cap and handcuff box went to?
Going from memory, and we did send them off.
Okay, but you don't know what happened to it. That's a result.
As far as like, we talking about DNA results?
No, not results, but yeah, I mean, all you did was send them off, correct?
Yes,
And they were sent off to DPS, correct?
yes.
Okay. Do you know what happened to the blood vial on a John Curtis? Was that sent to DPS?
I'm not gonna tell you the vial went, a blood card maybe.
Some sample of John Curtis's blood. How about Richard Hanks? And this was in April of '96 to DPS. That was sent off, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And these all have your names on it, correct? I mean, your name is on it. That's your name.
if I signed them, yes.
And then you talked about the nightshirt, the comforter, the blood card from David Perry, and the oral, vaginal, anal swabs being sent off, right?
Wait, can you repeat that list?
I was trying to be right.
Okay, there's another page to this report.
Good.
No, that's.
Okay.
So right there it says 2
Oh, it is, was it?
but I remember these exhibits at the same
I
time.
wanted to.
Right there.
And do you know what happened to those? Those are the ones we've been talking about, all the samples and the vials and stuff like that, right? The swabs.
Yes,
Okay. And then, of course, you sent off the right and left hand fingerprints to the DPS lab.
no, fingernail scraping. Fingernail scraping.
Okay, you sent those off to DPS. So those are different than the nails.
No, sir.
Okay.
You're referring to exhibit 25.
Okay.
That's one of the exhibits we just went through, wasn't it?
Well, if they said they were fingernail clippings, those are different than fingernail scrapings.
They can be labeled that way, but commonly we're the same thing.
Okay, that's what I said. And that was submitted somewhere, was that 2002? To DPS?
It was submitted to the lab in 2002. I'll have to look at my sheet.
That, I just need to know that, but you don't know what the result were of any of that.
didn't review the DNA's
Good.
results, I'm sorry.
How about the wine glass? There was a wine glass that was submitted in 2004 to DPS. Was that submitted to DPS?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And in 2003, you submitted a whole box of stuff, which was in a black duffel bag. Right? And one of those items was a pair of pliers with some blood on it. Right?
I have,
Indicating of what?
I have to review. Right, it's a presumptive test.
Perfect. Your lab thought it was blood, and this was sent off to DPS too, correct?
It was sent off, but I have to correct you, a presumptive test for blood does not mean it's blood, so.
But you tested it off, and that's what you put in, that it was looked like a possible blood stain,
It's possible, that's all we can say for the presumptive, we can't.
but you didn't know what the results of the test were to see whether or not it was or wasn't, right? And that's my fault. I'm not trying to get you.
Yeah,
to
I
say
just
what it
didn't want to
was.
go on record as saying it was blood when I didn't test it.
Would never.
Okay.
You also sent off Caucasian pubic hairs, head hairs, partial hairs, body hairs, animal hairs. And do you know, you sent those off to DPS also?
Okay, this is the first page of the.
Yeah, that's a back page. Yeah. But you sent those off, that's my question. Not that you tested them, but you sent those items off to be tested.
I didn't send any hairs off. No.
Well, does it say that there were hairs? No?
Yes, hairs were collected.
Okay, so. Who was it submitted to, February 13th, 2003?
That was the date that this evidence came into our lab.
Okay, and where did it go?
The certain item from this submission went to DPS Austin.
Okay.
On the volunteer,
If you would agree that that's what came in, right? Well, it was testified.
the duffel bag,
Yeah, with the items, in the hairs and stuff like
oh, they came into the lab.
that. There was also, in August of 2003, a rolling, tape rolling from the bottom of the locker, number 125. I guess that was the hair, Caucasian pubic hair. Is that what that was?
This little tape rolling that contained hairs.
Okay, where was that sent?
I'm sorry,
Where was that sent?
where was it sent?
Yeah, was it sent anywhere?
No, the hairs, no.
Never sent anywhere, like maybe to the FBI for trace analysis or anywhere else?
Not that I'm calling.
That's what you recall. Okay, fair enough. In August of 2004, blood and hair samples from Sandy Sandlin, swabs from William Marling, a pair of handcuffs, a wine glass, and a sample from Stephen Warren. Also, another buccal swab, which is a mouth swab, from a Joseph Materia. Were those sent up to DPS for processing?
This page doesn't cover this one.
They all have your name on it, right?
Right, but,
Okay.
the disposition for this evidence would be on the second page, so.
Does it show that it was sent somewhere probably
Let's see,
for analysis?
I need the second page of the report to tell you for sure. The, buccal swabs from Joseph Montanari were sent to DPS Austin.
Okay. And if I say I don't have the second page, I might somewhere, but
I mean, from memory.
Yeah.
almost positive that these were sent to DPS
Yeah.
Austin, but I can't tell you for sure without the second page of my report.
And from 2000, right, or was submitted in 2004. Okay, but all those items were probably sent out for analysis, right? And then you had another buccal swab from Bart Owens, which was March of '06. That was submitted to you. And did that go up to DPS?
Yes.
And then also on June 6th. Oh, go right ahead.
Let me get a call.
Should just stand so close to.
You should.
But I want it. If I don't show up tomorrow. And then on June 6th of 2006, you also had another buccal swab of a Robert Allen Campbell, correct? That was
Yeah.
submitted. But you don't know what the results were those. You got the sample as you do and sent them on to DPS for testing.
I'm not a DNA analyst.
Neither am I. August 29th of '07, you have of 2007, you had a bag of garbage which contained milk jugs, water bottles, spoons. What happened to those?
I did perform an analysis on this.
Okay. Did you send them anywhere?
I sent swabs to DPS Austin.
So all this bag of garbage that you had, the straws, the mug, the vanilla bottle, half and half carton, you swabbed them and sent them on to DPS for further analysis. And that was in '07.
Right, without looking at my worksheet, I can't tell you exactly what I swabbed, but
And then you had another buccal swab, and these are, I guess, suspects or somebody that they took samples from for DNA comparison. In May of '08 of a Leonard Blenheim. And was that sent up to DPS?
yes.
And of course, in 1996, you sent blood samples of Sam Helps, which I believe Cellmark has testified to, correct?
I sent them to
DPS,
DPS.
yeah, but if I told you that there was somebody from Cellmark that had done some testing on Sam Helps, you would know, or you could have, but
I'd have to.
you'd have to look at it. And finally, you sent off razor blades, or you had in your possession a hairbrush, razor blades, and another, I guess, duffel bag, sent off to DPS, and I guess that was in April of '96. Okay.
Yes, what's the evidence? Oh, okay. This report is dated in 2011,
Right,
and that's when the items listed here on the bottom.
Yep.
Were sent to DPS lab in Austin,
and you don't know what happened to all that to a second, what the results of it.
not the results, no.
Bear with me a couple more questions. You testified that Angela Fitzwater is part of your crime lab. Fitzwater?
She did work there when I worked there. In the 90s.
Were you aware that they also, Ms. Fitzwater or you, did you ever send to Cellmark back of panties, front of panties, I guess female panties, front of female panties, and shorts for analysis?
I recall.
And this was in October 2nd of 1997.
I have to check the place file.
And it also included some other samples from James Chisholm, Stanley Allison, and Kimberly Wood. It also had the underside of the company. Do you remember sending those off, or Ms. Fitzwater sending those off to see Cellmark? You can just look at it yourself. Oh, here's the front picture of that.
Where they come from. I have to check the case file, but I don't remember sending any of these. Sorry.
But it shows that those were sent, or something was sent back to your facility at the Jefferson County Crime Lab, correct?
I know that we did get a box of those from Cellmark.
Okay. But it was addressed to Miss Fitzwater. And one last thing, are you aware? Or are you part of the blood samples that were sent to Cellmark December 21st of 1997? Signed by Melissa Weber, that contained samples of a Sandy Sandelin and a Glenn C. Hansen. You remember sending those off to Cellmark?
Don't recall.
I know that came through the district attorney's office, but it was the district attorney's office part of Jefferson County. And if there were samples, they probably would have been in custody maybe, in your facility, as evidence.
Could be, would not have to be.
Okay. But do you remember sending any blood samples off to be tested, which were tested at Cellmark, in December of 1997? And if you don't, that's fine. Yeah. There would have been a tube, purple tube, both of them.
Not recall, but I'd have to check the entire case file.
If you do find out, you tell the district attorney's office if it's something different. Thank you. Hope you feel better. Pass the witness something you can recall your own.
It's like that. Hang on, I'm so sorry. I forgot to ask you about the fingernails to just get you to identify your name on it. Showing you the state exhibit 35 and, I'm sorry, state exhibit 35A, which contains state exhibit 35. These two folders here, step 7 with fingernail clippings right hand, step 7 fingernail clippings left hand. These appear to be items from the sexual assault kit.
Yes.
And states exhibit.
This is what they were.
I'm getting there. So they were states exhibit 35, this manila envelope. Were the clippings originally in this clear plastic bag, which is states exhibit 35A.
Yes, they were. I did my inventory through the bag. I didn't open the bag.
Because you could see that the step 7 envelope.
See where they were in the bag. Yeah.
And when did you do that inventory?
That was July 17, 2002.
And did you put your initials up here on top of this red seal here? Or was that a different?
7/11/02. That's not me.
Oh, I see. That's potentially someone at BPD or at the. That's who else.
I think that's Larry's Thomas, but it doesn't point to that.
I see. Okay, so you did not open these, but you did mark them as with your local exhibit number.
Yes,
And when did you do that?
that was on July 17th, 2002.
Okay, and from that point, did you send State's Exhibit 35A and its contents anywhere else?
I sent them to DPS Austin. That same day, the 17th of July, 2002.
Okay, so you received them,
Inventory.
inventory them, and
Sent them on.
sent them off. Okay. Any other handling of the fingernail clippings?
They were part of that same inventory that I did on October 30th, 2003.
Okay. Was that just the full return of all those items, or was that the return where it was just packaged?
I don't just put it in inventory, but that was the box with all the packaging.
Okay, so that was a return that included the actual scraping envelopes and all of the contents of 35A.
I have to check my inventory, but yes.
Nothing else. Thank you, ma'am. Sorry you're sick.
Mr. Burbank?
Nothing further, Judge.
All right.
Please state your name for the record, please.
Angela Fitzwater.
And where are you working at right now?
Right now, I am working at the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences. It is the Dallas County Crime Lab and Medical Examiner's Office.
What do you do for them?
I work as a forensic biologist, 3 in the DNA unit of the lab.
So back in 1995, 96, where were you working?
I was working at the Jefferson County Regional Crime Lab in Beaumont, Texas.
What did you do for them?
I was a forensic analyst.
Now, as a forensic analyst, what would you do?
I would perform serological testing on evidence submitted to the lab for the presence of biological fluids on evidence that was collected from crime scenes. I would perform presumptive and confirmatory testing on biological fluids to further identify what kind of fluid they were.
Who else worked in that lab with you? Do you remember at that time?
It was Linda Johnson.
Were you there when Craig Jacobson was there?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes, Craig Jacobson, or y'all can call him Jake. Jacobson was my supervisor.
Okay. Were you asked to look at some evidence in the Jefferson County Crime Lab to see, and I'm specifically going to show you a comforter to see if you could find any type of semen stain or possible stain on that comforter that would be evidence?
If I could refer to a specific case number or lab number.
Okay, 33036 is the specific case number.
I may also refer to my notes.
Okay, that's fine. Yes, if that refresh your memory. We did send you some of the lab reports. Is that correct? We sent you the lab
Yes,
reports.
that's
Okay.
correct.
All right. So let's talk about was a comforter presented to your laboratory as part of that case number, that lab number.
Yes, as part of the laboratory number 33036.
Okay. So looking at what's been introduced already as State's Exhibit 45. Somebody made a mistake, but is that the lab number?
Yes,
Okay. So was that comforter described in your notes?
yes, it was.
What was it described as?
I described it as a flowered bed comforter labeled as quote, unquote, what aspirin. It was previously initialed by with the initials CAJ and RBF.
Okay. Let's take this out and open this up. Set this down so Mr. Burbank won't yell at me for blocking it.
looking at the tag on this, and I know you probably need gloves if you want to handle it, but
The tag does say Laura Ashley.
okay, and look at this and the markings on the comforter.
Yes. I do recognize my initials.
Okay, you also recognize the other dishes that you just talked about, the RBF.
Yes.
Okay, and so what was the purpose of your examining this?
It was to screen the comforter for the presence of seminal fluid.
And when you do that, how do you do that?
I would I can remember, I would take swabbing or a similar Q-tip. I would, or first of all, visually search the comforter for the presence of a stain that might be seminal fluid. I would take a swab that area, that's a potential stain, and then add a chemical to the swab. And if there was a color change to a purple, that was indicative for the presence of seminal fluid.
Okay, and did you do that with this comforter?
Yes,
And did you get a result of whether you found semen positive on that stain?
there was a stain that tested positive for the presumptive test for seminal fluid.
Okay, so what date was that? This help you? Refresh your memory.
There were several stages of the testing.
Okay.
And the presumptive testing was performed. I have written on my notes that I started my analysis on October 7th of 1996.
Okay. And you didn't know when you completed it.
Yes. The stain was there was further testing done on that particular stain, and it was confirmed to be seminal fluid. And that testing was completed on October 15th of 1996.
So whenever you find a stain like that, what do you do with it?
I would cut it out, physically cut it out, and then store it for future potential analysis or storage for safekeeping.
Now, looking at this comforter, do you see anywhere where you cut some things out of this comforter?
Yes, that stain at the top in the middle.
Right up here by my chin?
Yes,
Okay. And does that have your initial by it?
yes.
And is there anywhere else you see that you have your initials?
The left here,
Okay.
by the edge, I see my initials.
Below my right hand, right here, this little small one? Right here?
Yes, I would have to stand up to look at the rest of them.
Let me see if I can turn it, to see if you can see anything.
Do not see anything else.
That looks like only two cuttings.
Yes.
Now, why would there be two cuttings if you tested one place and found seminal fluid?
Back in those days, we would collect what's called a control cutting, and it was an area on the same material, same item, that would give me a negative test with a presumptive test, meaning that it was presumed that there was no seminal fluid on the control cutting. It was meant to be a negative control cutting.
Now, whenever you cut this out, what is the purpose of cutting it out? What are you going to do with it? Are you all going to test it for DNA, or are you going to send it off somewhere?
Yes, well, yes and no.
Okay.
If they were cut out to be stored at the lab for safekeeping. If DNA testing was
requested, we didn't do DNA testing at the Jefferson County Crime Lab, so if DNA was testing, then those on a particular stain, then we would send that stain off to a particular lab to be tested.
So is this cutting was completed on, was the cutting completed on October 15th of 96? You said the testing was completed. Is that when you made your cutting on October 15th of 96?
Don't remember.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. If that item has been identified as being sent to Cellmark, this comforter right here from you, and it arrived on October 17th, 1996, would it have been around that time when you completed the cutting so that you could send it off to Cellmark?
Around or before.
Okay, so if you completed your testing on October 15th and it got there on October 17th, that sounds about right?
The jury's
Yes.
question,
Okay,
the jury's requesting a break because the lady's kind of in distress right now.
Okay, we're gonna need to take a break. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember the instructions the court has given to you. Everyone remain seated while the jury exits. Thank you. And the record shall show that everyone is seated in the courtroom, jurors and the parties and attorneys. All ready. All right, we're ready to proceed and the state may go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So we determined that you completed your testing on the comforter, the cutting from the
Yes.
comforter, that it was packaged up and sent to
Cellmark, is that correct?
Correct.
And it arrived on October 17th of 96. It was mailed and sent to them.
Correct.
And it was mailed back on July 1st of 97. Is that correct?
Received back to the lab on July 2nd.
July 2nd of 97?
Yes.
Let me show you. State's Exhibit 125A. Do you recognize that?
I recognize the manila envelope that I've written on, my date, my initials and date are on it.
What date do you have on that?
July 28th of 1997,
So that's after 7/1 of 97, is that correct?
7/2 of 97.
7/2/97, okay. And looking at 125B.
Yes, I do recognize this manila envelope. It has my handwriting on it and my initials and date of July 28th of 1997.
Now, let me shift gears for a minute because we're looking at this exhibit. Does this show that Cellmark sent back to the Beaumont Police Department on July 1st of 97 some DNA extracts? Is that what that says? Extracting tubes? Says also return. You see that at the bottom?
Yeah.
Says return same time that the
Yes,
other was the comforter was returned.
I do read that, yes.
Okay, so it was sent back. This says actually says at the bottom, it says 7/14 of 97, right?
That's what that date.
Okay, I grabbed the extract, so we're just gonna go with it. So extracts were sent back from Cellmark to your office on 7/14 of 97, and you say you received them or checked them, inventory them, I guess, for 7/21/97, right? If there was testimony that they arrived in an envelope like this, it's plastic bagging. Why would your initials be on it on this bag,
If I may.
on this middle envelope?
Okay, my handwriting says process DNA of evidence that was submitted to Cellmark by Beaumont PD.
Okay, so if something came into your laboratory in a plastic baggie like this, was that how you would store it? Or were y'all using manila envelopes?
We would typically, well, I remember typically use the brown manila envelope.
So if it came back, it would make sense if it came back in the plastic baggie that Melissa, whoever testified, it came back in. you would have placed it in a manila envelope.
Yes, because my hand, what I've described on the front is process.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you placed it in the envelope in 125A. It's also the same thing in 125B.
Yes, my description is process DNA of evidence that was submitted to Cellmark by Beaumont PD and sealed on July 28th of 1997.
Okay, look at 125C.
Again, I've written process DNA of evidence that was submitted to Cellmark by Beaumont PD, and I sealed it. My initials are there, 7/28 of 1997.
So that processed DNA came back into your laboratory and stayed there until it was sent somewhere else, I guess. You wouldn't know that. You just know that you took it and you packaged it up. What was the date again?
28.
7/28 of 97. That's correct. Okay. Now let's go back to the comforter that I'll admit to grab. So let's look at what's marked as State's Exhibit 103 and 103A and see if you recognize even though.
State's Exhibit 103A, larger manila envelope. I see my handwriting. Cutting from Exhibit 4/bed comforter. I do see my initials on the seal of dated July 2nd of 1997. The smaller manila envelope.
Just number.
State's Exhibit 103.
Okay.
And I recognize my handwriting. It says cutting from bedspread. I have a test result of AP positive, which is that presumptive test for seminal fluid. I sealed it and initialed and dated the seal as October 16th of 1996.
Okay, so if you finished your testing on that on around October 15th, it was mailed off October 16th. Would it make sense that they would receive that on October 17th of 1996?
Yes,
Okay, and then it was sent back to your laboratory, I believe, since you were the submitting person on this, right?
yes,
Okay, sent back to your laboratory on July 1st of 1997. So would it make sense that this 7/2/97 that you have your initials on, y'all would have received it on 7/2/97?
well, it was received back in the lab on July 2nd of 1997, and I, sealed it
Okay,
on that same day.
okay. So all that adds up that everything that was sent to them was received by them, everything that was sent from them to you was received by you within the right time frame. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now, let me show you. State's Exhibit 34. See if you recognize this.
Don't recognize the envelope, but I do have my initials on here.
Okay.
It says my initials AF Exhibit DX11. It has a seal date of October 16th of 1996. I do feel items within the envelope.
So if that was sent back to your laboratory, would you have conducted an inventory on the items that sometimes are sent back from laboratory?
Yes,
And is that the purpose that you believe when we talked about this earlier, that that's why your initials and your data are on this, that you had done an inventory of some of the things that were sent back from Cellmark and presented to your office on October 16th of 96? Does that make sense?
it's just the item I'm thinking that's in there.
Let's look and see what's in here. See if you got your initials on anything in here.
Yes, I do see my initials.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
They are blood, tubes of blood.
Would you have opened this to make sure there were tubes of blood in here and that they were sealed properly?
Yes, I opened it because my initials are on the tubes of blood, so I had to have opened it. to put mine.
Okay, put your initials on it and seal it back up.
Yes,
Okay, so whenever you do that, are you following all the laboratory protocols and you're just making sure that it is in a sealed condition and that it was stored in a sealed condition?
yes,
So if it was sent off, it would have been sent off in a sealed condition where it went as long as no one opened it. Is that correct?
correct.
Now, the bag that it came in, 34B, is this also got your initials on it?
Yes,
And what date is that that's on this?
October 22nd of 1996.
Okay, so if we have this on October 16th of 96, what would have been the purpose of this October 22nd of 96? Your initials on it. Is it possible that it came back from somewhere else? You know. Grab stuff. But you did some inventory of a lot of evidence, didn't you,
Yes,
over the time? Is this helpful? Okay.
okay. I see an evidence record sheet for exhibits 6 through 13, which includes
Yeah.
11. Yeah. Then I have my, I see that I've written dates for October 22nd of 1996.
Okay. So we're still trying to do this October 16th. When you sealed it. What is that submission sheet, what is that for?
Items 6 through 13.
Okay. And were you doing an inventory of several, there was a large number that was sent back about that time, were you doing inventory of those? Is that part of the inventory?
It appears, yes.
Okay, because there's a lot of notes into that, aren't there?
Yes.
So when we talked about it earlier, it appeared that you were doing an inventory of several pieces of evidence at that time, at different times, putting it, locking it back up.
Yes.
Okay, so on October 22nd, 96, when you placed this in there, it was part of an inventory, and you were just taking care of making sure everything was what it's supposed to be.
Correct.
Okay. So whenever you put it in your vault, was it in a sealed condition? It would be in a sealed condition.
Yes.
It had your tape over it, didn't it?
Yes.
And so it would have been stored in a.
Yeah.
Okay. And you didn't do any testing on the blood, did you?
No, I did not.
I'll pass what you said.
Yeah.
Well, good afternoon.
Besides what you answered for Mr. Laird, What other items did you send off to, from the lab to be, analyzed? You have your records with you, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The only the only piece of evidence I sent to Cellmark was the cutting from the comforter.
There was a number of things that were sent. There were clothing items, underwear, shirts, t-shirts, some blood samples sent to Cellmark. The report was sent back to you. Your name was on it. Did you send those clippings or that evidence to Cellmark?
It was just the cutting.
No, I'm not talking about the, there was, some underwear cuttings, things like that. You don't remember doing that at all?
No, I did not.
So if your name was on there, you don't know.
I would have to see it in order to refresh my memory. I do not remember underwear.
Other than that, with the cutting on the comforter, did you do anything else with this, in this case?
I tested. I tested a towel for the presence of seminal fluid. I tested,
Did it have fluid on it?
it had a presumptive test for seminal fluid on it.
A towel, what type of towel was it? Was it blue and black?
I've described it as a purple and black striped towel.
Tell you what has been entered in as 38 and 38A, which is the bag. Does that look like a purple and white towel there? Oh, it'll just on, take it out. Get my sense.
Yes.
That's it?
Well, I have to see my initials. It is a purple and black towel. I would have to see my initials and date. Yes.
That's your initials, right? Right there. And you saw seminal fluid or possibly could have been seminal fluid?
There was an area that tested presumptively for seminal fluid.
So when you do that, what did you do? You take the cutting of this?
I do not think so. I would, do not think I did.
Oh, those cuttings.
Oh, yes. Okay, yes, I did. Yes, that would be my position.
And where did these samples go? After you took the cuttings,
I don't remember.
you know, if they were sent somewhere to be tested,
I do not remember that either.
but they were in the evidence locker, right?
Typically what happens.
But nothing in your reflection of where these samples went to possibly be tested of whose seminal fluids they were.
Not that I can remember if, yes.
How about any linens? Did you test any linens?
I tested a flower, I described it as a flower fitted bed sheet, black labeled Laura Ashley.
Okay, and any samples there?
It was negative for the presence of seminal fluid. There was a positive, there was an area that was positive for the, it could have been blood.
Okay, and did you cut that out?
I do not remember. Again, I would have to look at the item to see if I cut it out.
That looked like that's something that you tested or something around there. It looks like shade right there. Right there.
I don't know what that is. I don't see.
This is a sheet. Is this what it looks like?
That's what I have it described as,
A flat sheet?
fitted. I
Ah.
actually, yes. I tested a flowered top sheet
And?
with a label Laura Ashley. I did not, the testing was negative for seminal fluid and blood.
Okay. So let's see the sheet that you think that blood was on. This looks like a fitted sheet that was in State's Exhibit number 45.
I can't see the bottom, see if I actually took a cutting.
Got some initials on it.
Yes, those are my initials.
Those are yours.
Yes.
So this must be the fitted sheet. And you saw or indicated possible blood.
Yes,
So what happened?
I have notes that it was not sufficient for further testing. Do not remember if I cut that stain out or not, or if I left it on the item.
Based on what you know today, though, or in the last couple of years, the last decade, could it have been sufficient to possibly, with technology as it grown from 1995 until then, like you're talking 20 years later on, could you have possibly, or somebody could have possibly detected what that stain was that you detected as the crime analyst?
It is
Possible.
It is possible, yes.
That's possible. But even back then, you detected something that you thought was blood, but didn't have the means or you didn't feel was sufficient enough to test, I guess.
Correct.
Did you ever bring that to anyone's attention, in reference to your findings? Because blood's pretty important. You know if anybody followed up on that?
I did, in my report, I do have that minute positive presumptive blood stains were detected on the fitted bed sheet and comforter. However, there was an insufficient amount of stain for further testing.
Okay. So then I go back to my question, Ms. Fitzwater, is that now with today, or let's say, let's go back 10 years. 5 years, 10 years. Could it have been possibly retested with new technology and come up with an answer?
It is a possibility.
I mean, technology, DNA especially, and technology has really grown. Would you agree with me? I mean, every day something's new.
DNA technology has advanced.
Okay,
throughout the years.
yeah, and they could take smaller samples and less sensitive samples that went back in 95 you couldn't do, but now they can tell who it is, almost, right?
It would be possible to do DNA testing on those samples.
Anywhere else in your report that you indicated any blood, semen, any type of evidence in your reports? I know there was wine glass, there was a garbage bag, there was a gym bag, there was a blue hat. Did you do any of those testings? Do you remember or have any indication in your reports? Miss Johnson testified that they were in the crime lab prior to you, so I'm not trying to set you up with anything.
Are you asking if I?
Yeah.
No, I did not test any of those items.
Okay, and so have I not mentioned any items, or are there any other items that you did testing and saw any results on? Well, first, are there any other items that I haven't asked you or the state hasn't asked you that you've tested?
There were 2 pellet cases that I did testing on.
Okay, and any results?
I'm sorry. The pellet cases, no seminal fluid was detected on the tested portions of those of the items.
Okay, so no blood, no, that you could tell. Okay, and is that about all you tested? Or are there any other items?
No,
Thank you very much. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Judge.
Can this lady be excused?
Please, Judge.
You want excused, thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you? You've been waiting around for us for a while, haven't you?
We're gonna try and get you out of here. I appreciate your time though.
Would you do me a favor and tell us your name?
Cassie, Caradine.
And
You live up on a farm in Oklahoma now, don't you, or something?
But not on the farm.
Oh, okay. I thought, in my mind, I thought it was a farm.
Probably everywhere.
But there was a time where you were a DNA analyst at the Austin Crime Lab. Is that true?
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about your the time you spent as a forensic scientist in the Austin Crime Lab, as far as when you first started to work there, and then when you worked somewhere else, so moved somewhere else.
I started at GPS.
Okay.
Back in '98. As a forensic serology. I was trained there in serology and DNA. And then I went to the Austin lab in 2004, I believe. And then I retired in 2014.
Okay. So what was you started out at the DPS crime lab in Austin, which to clarify, there was a time, probably 90s and then right around the early 2000s where there was a crime lab for the Austin Police Department and then a crime lab for DPS crime lab in Austin as well.
Yeah, there was a time ago, but yeah.
Two separate things.
Yeah.
And then at some point later down the road, I think there was kind of like this merger where all of the Austin PD crime lab integrated into the DPS crime lab in Austin.
Yeah, that was after my time, so I'm really not even sure what the specific.
Yeah, I don't know much about it other than just that there was all of a sudden one. But that being said, so before you left or retired in 2014, how long had you been working at the Austin DPS crime lab?
Well, it was just the Austin lab. It wasn't a DPS lab. It was the city of Austin lab.
I see. Okay. Then how long were you working there?
Almost 10 years.
Okay. And then before that is when you worked for the DPS lab?
Correct.
Okay. How long had you worked there?
Almost 6 years, so around 5.5.
And at both of those labs, were you working in the field of forensic DNA and serology and biology and things of that nature? Okay. Tell a little bit about your educational background. Where did you first get acquainted with the fields of biology and genetics?
I really first became acquainted when I started working on my master's degree. I do have a bachelor of science degree from Oklahoma State University. I have a master's of science degree in molecular biology from the University of Oklahoma State.
Okay.
And it's during that time that I became interested in it.
Okay. And then I guess for pretty much most of your career, you've spent working in forensics in a lab in some contexts for the purpose of, responding to agencies who have requested some sort of serology or DNA sampling. Now, a little bit about current practices. You've been out of the field since 2014?
Yes.
Okay, so as far as things that I might, ask you about, well, what are, the current standards for, certain STR type of testing, or, how many loci do they look at? You're not really up on that kind of stuff anymore, are you? Okay. When did you leave the DPS crime lab?
It was around, I think it was in 2004.
Okay.
2003 or 2000.
So, and what we're here to talk about is some of the evidence that you received from an agency here in Beaumont and our crime lab during that time while you were working at the DPS lab, right? So anything after around 2003, 2004, somewhere around there, would that be someone else that would have to be able to, explain any of that forensic testing that was done?
I mean, everything passed. Once I left DPS, each lab has their own set of protocols and procedures and policies. So really nothing once I left DPS is really relevant.
Okay. So do you recall while you were at the DPS lab being contacted in the late 99 or early 2000 by a Texas Ranger by the name of LC Wilson, asking about a homicide that they were working in Beaumont, Texas?
Well, I can't say I specifically remember the Ranger, but I do remember the case.
Okay. And they wanting you to look at a possible DNA profile comparison for a couple of folks, including someone that you had already been involved in as far as testifying in a case where you made DNA forensic findings.
There were a couple of reference samples that they wanted me to look at, as well as the reference samples of the other individuals.
One of them by the name of a fellow, Larry Swearingen, well-known and convicted murderer and rapist in Amarillo or something like that.
Somewhere, I don't remember where exactly.
Okay. That was a case where you had previously received, biologic samples that you had, performed DNA analysis of.
Yeah.
And so in that context, did you receive, or did the DPS lab receive a submission from a Beaumont detective by the name of Larry Thomas?
There was a submission that came into the lab in regards to this case, yes.
Show you. That's I've got marked as States Exhibit 135 and 135A. Does that appear to be the submission paperwork you recall receiving first in connection with this Beaumont homicide they were asking your help with?
Yes, this does look like it was the submission form for that evidence.
Okay. And what is the evidence specifically described as that you received?
There were 3 envelopes of processed DNA from Cellmark.
that, is that kind of a cue to you that this is not the original samples that you're receiving, but something else from another lab?
Correct.
Is that always the case? Is it common to receive samples from another lab, or usually are you receiving the original biologics?
Usually we receive the whole sample, like the whole biological sample. It was not common to receive just the extracts.
But that being said, was it still something that you were able to at least take a look at and see if there were any interpretations or analysis that you could do from those samples?
Yeah.
Ready to stare down what has been marked as. And let me ask you this, what's the date of this sample? Or what's the date of this submission?
So it looks like the date received was January 26th of 2000.
Okay, so I'm gonna show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 125 and its contents, which include 125A, B, and C, as well as 125. Or D, E, F, or G. So if I look at State's 125 and its contents and tell me if that appears to be what the submission in State's 135.
And so this has the DPS unique case number on it, and it has my initials as well as the date that I took possession of it. And then each little individual bag is also labeled with my initials and the date.
So it appears to me, based on the Cellmark analyst who has already testified, that these clear plastic bags, State's Exhibits 125, right?
Yes.
125 D, E, and F were contained within the manila envelopes, 125 A, B, and C.
Yes.
Okay. And then those were all packaged in this outer clear package, States 125.
Yes.
Okay. So when did you take possession of States 125 and its contents and open the package?
It looks like February 4th of 2000.
Okay. And when you did open this, was one of the first things that you did try and make sure you knew what the knowns and the questioned items were, as far as the Cellmark markings?
Yes, I would just do an inventory first, trying to see what I have.
And I'll just show you a record if this will help refresh your memory. Is that your lab note with your handwriting?
It is.
Dated 2/5/2000?
I think it's 215.
Okay. And was that your notation about how you were able to confirm what the specific item numbers in those processed DNA envelopes from Cellmark were?
Yes.
So what were the items that were in those envelopes that you were going to be potentially looking at?
So there was a vaginal swab sperm fraction, the vaginal swab epithelial cell fraction, and then the victim's blood, which was identified as unlabeled blood.
Okay, and now, so the vaginal swab sperm fraction, was that identified as Cellmark item O1E2?
Yes.
And the epithelial fraction of the vaginal swab, was that Cellmark item O1E1?
Yes.
And the victim's unlabeled blood, was that identified as Cellmark item O2?
Yes.
Okay. So before we get into kind of your process and what you did, so the jury has already heard some basic concepts about DNA. However, my question to you is,
Was this around the time, this submission, was it around the time that the DPS lab was starting to have, or working towards an accredited STR testing method that was going to be utilized in its lab?
I don't specifically remember when they started all of that. I just know that when I started doing DNA there, that it was, I was using this particular technology.
Okay. And were these some of the earlier STR tests that this lab had done, or do you know?
I don't specifically remember.
Was it, I mean, did that kind of fit the timeline of how DNA?
I mean, these were the original STR typing kits.
Right. Well, how many, okay, first of all, what is STR?
Short tandem repeat.
And is that essentially the specific points on, millions of strands of DNA that you as forensic analysts are able to look at and potentially break apart to distinguish one person's DNA from another's?
Well, there are little sections of DNA that we determine how many sections of those DNA are repeated.
And when you get this information back about, how many repeats there are, what are you able to do with that information in order to actually do analysis of some kind?
So what you do is you develop the DNA profile from evidence items, and then you develop DNA profiles from reference samples, and then you attempt to make comparisons to determine if certain individuals can be included or excluded as being a contributor of that particular evidence sample.
And that's kind of a big concept, I think, isn't it, for lay people, is that they expect DNA to, everyone wants DNA to say, that's him, that's the one. But does it really do that?
Well, once you have a match, or someone can be included or excluded, then you apply a statistical number to that, and that gives the inclusion weight.
And as far as kind of where the field of genetics is currently on those types of, statistics and the data and the software that's used to, computerize those comparisons, would the person who's ultimately did these comparisons and final DNA testing in this case probably have a more current understanding of where things are at?
Yes.
Okay. But that being said, when the Austin DPS lab started to begin STR testing, did they test, was there a certain number of markers or loci that they tested?
We had 2 kits at the time. One had 9, and then the other one had 4. There were a couple of overlapping, so total there were 13.
Okay. And these kits, what is it? What do you mean by a kit?
A kit just has the reagents needed to process the DNA.
And these loci, are those the specific unique points that you're looking for in this tandem?
Yeah, the regions of DNA.
Okay.
Throughout the DNA.
And when you're looking at these loci or these points, is that where you measure the number of repeats?
Yeah.
And however, there's usually some number assigned, or maybe a number in the tenths assigned to a specific location or loci.
Now, there's a certain number of repeats within these regions that you tend to encounter. So there's a ladder that comes in that kit that has those set number of repeats, and then it's used to compare the profile. So it helps you to count the number of repeats. And
then, especially when you're looking at, a substance or a sample that has potentially a mixture, meaning 2 possible contributors, do those repeats, the numbers, how many there are on a specific loci, do those become particularly important when making your comparisons? Yeah, so with DNA, you get half the DNA from your mom and half the DNA from your dad. So each person at each location would have, if it's shared, it'd be 1 piece.
It should have no more than two typically. So if you have more than two keys at a given location, you know there's more than one person contributing.
So Melissa Staples, the analyst who was working at Cellmark back in 1995, she testified over this morning and explained to us that their first STR typing kit had maybe two STR loci that they were, testing or comparing. And that was in, 95, 96, 97, around that time. Is that consistent with kind of what you knew of that existed back in those days before?
I'm sure that I knew exactly what they were. No, I'm not really aware of what they were doing or what technology they were using for their processes.
But by the early 2000s, all the DPS lab in Austin had one kit that was testing up to 9 and another kit that was testing 4.
4 additional.
4 additional. Okay. So with that, did you? Okay. Is it?
Did you receive some of these items and identify them from this January 26, 2000 submission? And then attempt to see if there were any
Profiles that could be ascertained from those items that could be compared.
Yeah, so I did attempt to develop a DNA profile.
And looking at the States Exhibit 136, what is that?
This is my report of my testing dated February 29th, 2000.
Okay, so you receive a number of items in early January or in January of 2000, and you begin to start working on this in early February, and then towards the end of February, you have a report with what you were asked to compare these things to.
Right.
Because DNA on its own, without anything to compare it to, does that really have any forensic value as far as being able to make conclusions and reports?
It does not help you make conclusions. Really, the only forensic value it would have is if you could put it into a database and conclusion identifies.
Okay.
That's in of itself not any determination.
Right. So what these from the sperm cell fractions and the epithelial cell fractions of the vaginal swabs, along with the victim's blood standard, Catherine Edwards' blood standard,
Right.
What were you asked to compare these to in your initial February 29th, 2000 report?
It looks like I was asked to compare them to the DNA profile of Larry Swearingen in case L268694, and then also to a DNA profile from a sperm cell fraction of a rectal swab from Christine Vu in L267228.
Okay, so one known suspect, Larry Swearingen, you were asked to compare it to that.
Yes.
And then also an unknown suspect in the swabs from another victim. Okay. And also when you receive this, or when the lab receives this evidence initially, is a lab number generated?
Yes.
Okay, so what was the lab number associated with this Catherine Edwards or Mary Catherine Edwards homicide for all of your reporting?
L278066.
Okay. Now, you looked at a number of different STR loci for purposes of making these comparisons, correct?
Yeah, I did the initial 9.
Okay. And did you, were you able to make any conclusions about whether or not there were inclusions or exclusions for the unknown in Austin Lab L62 or L67228, which is the rectal swab from Christine Vu, or the DNA profile of Larry Swearingen.
They could both be excluded as contributors.
Okay. Now, in the sperm cell fraction of the vaginal swab, how many profiles, or were you able to make a determination about how many profiles could be discerned from that sample?
Typically, we would determine a minimum number, so you know that there's at least one or at least two, because sometimes, people would share information, so then it's hard exactly to know, to set a maximum number, but there was a mixture, so I know that there was DNA from more than one person.
Okay.
And it's sperm cell fraction of vaginal swab.
So is that the terminology that is used when dealing with, I guess, mixtures of results from samples?
Right, you either include or exclude individuals as contributors.
Okay. I mean, it's much simpler or streamlined when it's just a single source and, known or unknown, but a single source that you can compare.
Well, if it's a single source, then yeah, you can just compare one person and see if everything matches. Then you know that you have an inclusion.
But people like us, we never want you to look at a single source, do you? We always want you to look at, something that has a mixture of profiles, don't we?
Honest.
Okay, that being said,
What you did analyze, were those originally ascertained from State's Exhibit 125?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you then note whether or not State's Exhibit 125 and its contents were to be maintained at your lab or at the DPS lab or returned?
The extracts were to be maintained frozen, the DPS lab.
Okay, now, did you potentially use up all of the extracts or a good portion of those extracts in doing this analysis?
Well, I certainly had to use some. I mean, we received extracts, so I think there's certainly used what I needed to be able to do my testing.
Right, it's not like you had the original samples, so get as much extract as you could.
Yeah, I had the extracts, and so I had to use the amount that I needed to do the testing.
Okay. So the States 125, they were maintained at DPS Austin lab after you finished your test.
Correct.
and
This report right here, this was prepared by you on or around the time of performing these
Yeah,
comparisons and
yeah,
testing?
that's my signature.
Okay. And it's a fair and accurate copy of, what you originally prepared, does it appear to be?
Yes.
And same with this, is this a 6135, is this a copy of the submission form, and it appears to be submission form and receipt form, States 135 and 135A for the DPS crime evidence?
Yes, it does appear to be the submission form for that.
Okay. The offer 135, 135A, and 136.
No objections to 135, 135A, and 136.
They're admitted.
Mr. Caradine, I'm just gonna pull this up real quick. This is kind of what your reports look like, don't they? States 136.
Yes.
Okay, and you note the loci that were examined, and then it's got all this stuff after it. What are all those?
Those are the loci. That's
Okay.
their names.
They have a bunch of weird number names that someone
created when they figured out where they were located.
Correct.
Okay. So was there also a time where you were communicating with a person at our local crime lab about getting the original sexual assault kit samples and items from that original kit for purposes of making a comparison?
Yes, I did receive some additional items that were the original things.
So after you had excluded Larry Swearingen and the unknown contributor to Christine Vu, is that kind of what our crime lab was asking you if that would be something that you could then potentially make other comparisons?
There was some additional evidence that I don't exactly remember how it came to be.
One second. I'll show you. What I'm going to mark as 137 and 137. Did these let you know?
Yes, this was the supplemental submission.
So is it a submission under the same Austin lab file number?
Yes,
Okay, what's that lab number?
L278066.
And what are the items that are being submitted here, and how are they identified?
They were identified as item 1, cuttings from nightshirt of the victim, cutting number 4, cutting from comforter from the victim's residence, item 13, blood card from David Perry, and then item 23.9, oral, vaginal, and anal swabs from the victim.
Okay. And in states 137 and 137A, what is the date that the DPS lab received those items, and what is the method in which they received?
November 27th, 2001. And it looks like they came from Airborne Express.
Okay. One 137A, these, just like these records that appear to be
Yes.
reflecting the receipt of those items, are they created around the time that these items are received?
Yes.
Okay, 137 and 137A.
Objections to 137, 138.
They're admitted.
Okay, so when you did receive those items reflected in 137 and 137, these were not extracts, were they?
Correct.
Okay, they were original samples
Uh,
or cuttings?
Cuttings, yeah. So
Okay.
they were either swabs or cuttings.
And did you then? Grab this.
How's everybody doing? Good? Continue or break? Continue with this witness? Is that good, Curtis? Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, so I'm gonna show you what is marked as states 103C and its contents, which are 103B, 103A, and 103. And actually, I don't think you are gonna know anything about 103C, so I'm gonna show you 103B and its contents. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, so this one was item 4, pay for bedspread. How it was labeled.
Okay. And then is that one of the items that you received on, or that the PPS lab received on November 27th, 2001?
Yes.
Okay, so these inner packaging, you did not create these, for example, state 103, you did not create that.
That's correct. I did not create that.
However, is that your initial up on the corner?
Yes.
What does that reflect?
That was just the date that I think that's my date across the seal. So that was the date that I sealed the package there.
Okay, and would that be potentially you began working on this evidence?
Actually, that date's down here, 12/17/01,
I see, okay.
which is Saturday.
You're an efficient worker, you did it all in one day. Now, was another one of the items that you received a noted as States Exhibit 33B and its contents, 33C, 33, and then the boxes inside 33A, B, and O.
Yeah, so this is the swabs from the sexual assault here.
So if we, when you said this, you're talking about States Exhibit 33.
That's the package.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So if we pull these original items out and look at states 33A, B, and O, did you note the date you looked at those items
12/17/01 was the date that I looked at these.
on all three?
Yes.
Okay. And then I believe as you received them, were they in this clear packaging 33B?
Yes, but that's my initials, the date across the seal.
And what date is that?
It was resealed on 4/8/02.
Okay, so you received these items and opened a lot of these items in these submissions, states 137 and 137A, opened them on 12/17/01.
Yes, correct.
And then some were sealed that same day and others were later sealed in early 2002.
It's possible they were, that's just when I put them all back in that package to seal them up.
Gotcha. In the submission, did you also receive, in 137 and 137A? Did you also receive a blood card for a specific suspect? In 137A?
Yes, David Perry.
Okay. Were they asking you to do SDR testing for comparing the unknown profiles in some of these physical items of evidence from the crime scene to David Perry?
Yes,
And did you prepare a report in that?
I did.
Show you what's marked as to 138. Is that a report that you prepared
It is.
after you process those items?
Yes,
And what's the date of that report in stage 138?
May 13th, 2002.
Now, did you? So this is where you're actually having to do kind of like the biologics aspect of DNA, where you're having to get extracts from these original samples, right?
Correct. I created my own extract instead of receiving some.
Right. So tell me a little bit about what that process entails and what kind of protections you have during that process to make sure that, there's no other DNA that gets, there's no contamination of other outside DNA.
Well, we wear gloves and a lab coat and make sure that our area is clean and sterile. And we take a small cutting of the swab or the cutting, whichever it may be, and then put it into a tube. We add some chemicals. And then throughout that process, we're able to kind of separate the DNA from the other cellular components. And that in your result is a DNA extract.
That's kind of the goal, isn't it? You get these items that there's this biological material and you have to have some sort of process that separates the DNA that can be interpreted from those original items. And what that is called after that process is complete is extracts?
Yeah.
Okay. So were you able to get
Any viable extracts from any of these items that you had received? And if you need to, I can show you. I believe your worksheet.
This is actually easier.
Okay, go for it then.
So the DNA profiles from the sperm fraction and from the epithelial cell fraction of the stain from the comforter are consistent with mixtures of the victim and an unknown male contributor. So the victim was included, and then there was also something else.
Okay.
And then the DNA profile foreign to the victim's DNA from the previously tested sperm fraction of the vaginal swab extract is consistent with the DNA profile foreign to the victim's DNA profile from the sperm fraction of the comforter. Oh, sorry. The DNA profile foreign to the victim's DNA from the previously tested sperm fraction of the vaginal swab extract is consistent with the DNA profile foreign to the victim's DNA profile from the sperm fraction of the comforter.
Okay, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. This report here, states 138. Does this accurately reflect the work you did and your findings for the submission states 137 and 137A?
Yes.
And this is created around the time that you do all this work, and you're the person who actually did it.
Correct.
Okay. We will offer 138.
No objection to 138.
It is submitted.
Let's do it like this so we can see. Well, I'll put it up on the screen. You can look either behind me or over here. It's a report dated May 13th, 2002. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so. Here you've got just basically the items that were submitted, right?
Blow up a little more, please. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that just lists the items that I had processed.
There were a number of different things, samples and like blood samples from other potential suspects that were submitted over the course of your work on this particular lab file, right?
There probably were. I mean, it's been a long time.
Been a tad bit, a couple of decades, I think.
Yeah,
Okay, but what we're talking about here is the submission on 11/27/01, correct?
yes,
And you got these 4 items right here. Right?
right.
And specifically, what you were asked to do is to attempt to make comparisons against data pairing. And then also determine what kind of DNA profiles could be developed from these original samples, the vaginal swabs, the comforter, things of that nature.
Right, that was the point, was to look at the original samples and then also develop profiles if possible and then make comparisons.
Okay, so how did you go about making the extracts for what profiles you could make comparisons for?
Well, that's where I just took small pieces of the swab or cuttings and put them into the tubes and added those chemicals to extract the DNA from the other components.
Okay.
And when you did that,
Do these cuttings that you take, are those typically retained by the lab?
Yes,
Okay. And I'm going to show you what is marked as State's Exhibit. Let's see what the name is. Show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 109C1. Containing 109C. You recognize what this is?
so this was a cutting that I took from the comforter.
Okay, so from this submission that we're looking at here, or documented here in this States 138. The agency item 1, that what you're holding right there, which is what again?
Cutting from the comforter, item 4.
What's my number on it?
Oh. 109C.
109C. So 109C, that envelope was where you put the remainder of the cuttings of that comforter that you did not use for purposes of extraction or DNA analysis.
Right, so yeah, this would be the leftover part of the cutting that I took, yes.
Okay. And then 109C1, what is that? That a clear packaging?
That would just be the baggie that I put it in.
Okay.
A lot of the times these were stored in a freezer, so we would put the paper into plastic so that they didn't get condensation, get soggy or something like that.
Okay. So that packaging was something that you did at your lab after you were finished and packaged this comforter cutting.
Yes,
And then states 109C1 and 109C, would they have been stored in the freezer after this?
yes, they would have.
Because at this point, when those 109C and 109C1 are created, you're done with your analysis from the report that we're looking at here.
Right,
Same thing with 109B1, which contains 109B. Do you recognize what that is?
and so these were the vaginal swabs. which originally came from item 23.9.
Okay, so what you're holding there, 109B, that is the vaginal swab that originally was submitted as item 23.9 on 11/27/2001.
Yes.
And the same thing with that. What is that the portion of the swab, or would that be the portion of the swab that you did not utilize in your chest?
Right,
And a swab, it's just a little Q-tip, right?
correct.
So,
Sterile.
yeah, and they come in special packaging that make sure that there's no other contaminants in them.
Right.
Are they, usually does your lab, whenever when you're kind of done with the testing, do you kind of break off the Q-tip side of that swab and that's what you package?
It kind of depends on how long the stick is. I mean, if it's got a really long stick, we would break it off so that we can get it in our little envelopes. But if it comes with a short stick, then we may not break it off.
Okay.
It depends if the stick is.
It goes for life too. Okay, so, but that being said, and then the same 109B1, is that a packaging that you created when this was put into a freezer at the DPS lab? Or right before it was?
Actually, this particular plastic bag was not like that.
Okay, let's see. This might be,
Looks like it's used.
oh, okay, I recognize what we're doing. Okay, so this right here. There's a. What was my process? I see. There's some other person's writing here on, for April 21, that's not.
That's over beyond below that. You can continue below that on this particular.
Okay, so, this is your writing on the front of this 109B,
It is.
but somebody else ultimately, sealed this and did something with it and packaged it in 109B.
That's correct.
Okay. And on 109, you don't have any writing on that, do you?
Not that I can see.
Thank you. While I'm here, and while we're talking about all the packages we created at the DPS lab, let's look at 110, which is contained within 110A. Tell me what that is.
So this was the anal swab from the sexual swab kit.
Okay, so same questions as before. The anal swab that is contained within State's Exhibit 110, was that the remaining portion of the swab that was submitted on November 27th, 2001 as agency item 23.9?
Yes.
And 110A, that's not your packaging. is it?
That's correct. It is not. Plastic part is not.
So as far as all these things right here, this is essentially what you collected during your processing of this evidence, but did not use for purposes of your test.
Correct.
Let's take a look at your actual findings. So let's look at this first one that you read out a while ago. The DNA profiles from the sperm fraction and from the epithelial fraction of the stain from the comforter are consistent with the what?
A mixture of the victim and an unknown male contributor.
Okay, so we're at this point where we know we have a victim's known, right?
Yes.
And that's the extraction that you received back in 2000. That was one of the Cellmark extractions, right? And then you have this unknown male contributor.
That's correct.
How do you know it's a male contributor? How are you able to make that
There's
determination?
a marker called amylogenin, and it shows you if there's DNA being contributed from the X or the Y chromosome. So if there's information for the Y chromosome, you know that there's a male potential or contributor.
Okay.
If it were female, it would just be an X.
And you know, Mary Catherine Edwards cannot be excluded as a contributor to these fractions. And is that because she's the assumed known?
Well, it's because I have her reference sample and I compared her, so I know that she's not excluded.
Right. Okay, so let's go to the next one.
The DNA profile foreign to the victim's DNA profile from the previously tested sperm fraction in the vaginal swab.
So that's going back to the first report.
Okay,
And what are you saying there?
So I'm just saying that from that first report, when I mentioned that there was a foreign male contributor from the sperm fraction of the vaginal swab extract.
Yes,
that I
ma'am.
received, that it is consistent with being that same male contributor foreign to the victim in the comforter study.
Okay, so the same profile is identified as a contributor to the comforter and the vaginal swab, the sperm cell fraction of the vaginal swab.
Right from the extract that I had received, correct?
Okay, now and I want to make sure because the jury heard earlier this morning, non-sperm cell fraction. Is that the same thing as epithelial cell fraction?
Yeah.
Okay, so that just means that the portion of the cell that is not fractured and isolated as sperm.
And so what we try to do in cases where there's semen present is we try to separate the sperm cells from the non-sperm cells. Now sometimes, you know, it doesn't always be a completely clean process. Sometimes there's carryover. But that is the hope, is that, I mean, if it works perfectly, the sperm cell fraction would be male if it were a mixture of a male and a female, and the epithelial would be female.
Okay. And from the more intricate STR testing than was available in the late 90s, you are still consistent as far as the two contributors to those, the unknown contributors to that comforter and the sperm cell fraction of the vaginal swab, those profiles are consistent.
They were at the time that I did my test.
Right.
That's what the report is saying.
now at this point, did you had in that 1127 submission, you had original samples or original blood for David Perry.
That's correct.
Okay, and
Were you able to develop a profile from that whole blood or that blood sample that could be used for comparison?
That was a blood card, and yes, I did develop a profile.
Okay, blood card. What's a blood card versus a blood sample or?
It's just where they take blood from the tube, it's just dried on sterile cloth or swabs or something, just so that it's preserved in a more stable format.
Saves you a step when you get things, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what were your conclusions about comparing the profile from the submission labeled David Perry to any of the items obtained from the crime scene?
So the DNA profile from David Perry is not consistent with the DNA profile of the sperm fraction from the victim's vaginal swab extract or the sperm fraction from the stain from the comforter. So he was excluded.
Okay. It's easy to reach a conclusion about exclusions in these comparisons, right?
I mean, typically, yes.
The more complicated thing that you have to look at is when you've got an inclusion and you have to make determinations when it's a mixture.
You just need to make sure that, yes, in determining if someone's included or excluded or not, they're either included or excluded.
Now, you had previously received a sample or a profile from an individual identified as Biff Kirk. Did you make any conclusions concerning Biff Kirk in this report? States 138.
The DNA profile from Biff Kirk is not consistent with the DNA profile of the sperm fraction from the victim's vaginal swab extract or the sperm fraction from the stain from the comforter. So Biff Kirk is excluded as a contributor to those steps.
Okay. Now, you also said that you received a nightshirt or a cutting from a nightshirt.
Right.
were you able to obtain a stain during the extraction process from that nightshirt that you were able to then interpret?
The stain B2 from the nightshirt I did extract, and there was a DNA profile developed that was consistent with the victim.
Meaning the only DNA profile that you were able to discern from that nightshirt cutting that you received was that of Catherine
It was
Edwards.
consistent with her DNA profile, correct?
Okay. And then what about the nails? You had received, I think, and actually I need to show you this because we hadn't talked about that. Right? Oh, no, I see what you're talking, referring to the nail extract here, not the original samples.
That's correct.
Okay,
That's
so
correct.
you had received, one of the extracts that you received was from the left nail, in those earlier submissions. What conclusions were you able to make now that you had knowns to compare those extracts to?
So the DNA profile from the left nail extract is consistent with a mixture of the victim and a male individual. Mary Catherine Edwards cannot be excluded as a contributor to this.
Okay, and did you ever have, were you ever asked to make any other comparisons about those fingernails, to any other known suspects that you recall?
I mean, I would have another report if I did, so.
Okay. And at any point, do you recall being asked to make comparisons to an individual by the name of Clayton Foreman in connection with this lab number?
I do not.
Okay, so I'm on page 3 of States 138, your report. What are we looking at the top here? Is this your assessment of the anal swab?
Yes, so the DNA profile from the sperm fraction of the anal swab is consistent with the mixture of the victim and an unknown male individual. Mary Catherine Edwards cannot be excluded as a contributor to this fraction.
Okay. Again, she can't be excluded because she is one of the, it suggests as far as the profiles you're able to obtain suggests that she is one of the contributors to that profile.
Right.
Okay. Now, what is this last one? What are you saying here?
The DNA profile from the epithelial cell fraction of the anal swab is consistent with the DNA profile of the victim. So that one appeared to be single source and was consistent with the victim.
And is that, in most situations, is it likely if there's, say, been a sexual assault where there's sperm found in, a vaginal swab or an anal swab, in your experience, is it more likely that the profile will be stronger, or a mixture will be easier to interpret from the sperm cell fraction of that original sample?
If there were adequate sperm cells to be separated. And if there really are sperm cells present and there's an adequate number of them, then usually typically the sperm cell fraction would be have more of the male component.
More of the male component, and I guess in this case, the unknown male.
Yeah, it just kind of depends on how much DNA the male was contributing to the mixture versus the female.
Okay, and compare it versus the epithelial or non-sperm cell fraction of the swab.
Yes, typically the epithelial cell fraction would have more female if the separation worked appropriately.
So is it surprising at all here that there's your conclusions are that there's a mixtured profile in the sperm cell fraction of the anal swab, but that the epithelial cell fraction is only Catherine Edwards?
That's not uncommon.
Okay.
That's all I got. Thank you, ma'am.
A quick break here, ladies and gentlemen, now? Yes, okay. 5-10 minutes, return, and we will go for the final round for today.
Ma'am, I've got some questions for you. One of the things that I think you testified to, or maybe I wrote it down wrong, is that you didn't test any extracts. Is that, did I
So I
hear?
did test extracts that I received for Cellmark.
Okay. And you did get from, Cellmark, right?
Correct.
And that was January 26th of 2000.
I would need to see the report again.
Let me put it up on the screen. Right there.
Correct, that's when they were received in the laboratory.
Okay, so those are, what did you receive as extracts?
So they would just be little tubes with a liquid in them, the DNA that had been separated from the other cellular components,
Okay, did you receive anything else from Cellmark?
such as.
That, anything, just, but I mean, in reference to that set of tests that you did, they would have been marked on your report, right? If you
Right,
did.
right.
Oh, good enough. Here's a question I have. Right there. Submission of January 26th of 2000, that had to been Cellmark.
Correct, scroll back up to the top.
Sure.
That's correct.
Okay. Human DNA could not be detected on Cellmark extracts.
From the blood standard, there were blood standards in there as well.
Okay.
The blood standards.
So why, if there was testimony that Cellmark could have done it, why couldn't you do it?
Well, it's possible by the time that I got it, there was not enough quantity left.
Well, tell me what it was.
What was?
Was it enough quantity, or, I mean, was it enough for you to take in and enough for you to try to test it? Right? Because it was brought there, but why could you get human DNA? Don't know,
I don't know.
but it's in your report
Correct,
from the Cellmark, whatever came from Cellmark.
right, from those extracts, I could not get DNA.
You did another test for law enforcement too, correct? And that was dated September 15th of 2003.
I need to see a report. It's been a long time.
It sure has. Show you what has been marked as defendants 3. You recognize that now?
Yes, this is a report that I wrote.
And do you need to read it to refresh your mind?
Probably, yes.
If you could.
Okay.
Yep. Now, when you get samples and testing, you try to get a little bit of background of what's going on in the case, or what you're trying to do or what you're trying to accomplish. Would you agree with me? I mean, you just don't get samples. You knew it was a homicide, right? Or a
I
murder,
did know that.
right? And you knew that it probably happened in 1995, right?
Yes,
All right, and now you're almost 10 years, 8 years after this, and they're still trying to find who might have been or did it.
correct.
Okay, so you know that, and so that you know that you're trying to find whatever it is. And the way you do it, would you agree with me, is to test and retest the items when you find new contributors or whatever samples or to see if you can get a match.
Well, typically, once you've developed the evidence profiles, then from that point, you just make comparisons to reference samples or other samples that are alternate reference samples.
This is the only copy that I have. Is this your report?
Yes,
Is this your name on there?
yes,
And everything that you wrote on this report, that was it on, done on or about the September 15th, 2003?
well, that's when I issued the report, so the work would have been done prior to that.
Anything changed, modified since that time that you prepared this report?
Not that I'm aware of.
Fairly and accurately depict what you did. Subject to objections, Your Honor, I tender defendants number 3. I underlined it. I don't have, you got a clean copy. You have a clean copy? I should have asked you.
No objection to the exhibit that he's about to mark, Judge.
That would be defendants 3.
Okay, it's been moved into evidence without objection, admitted.
Let me put it up on the screen. Somewhere prior to the 15th, September 15th of 2003, you were given some more samples, correct?
Correct.
Now, you already had a base or some type of file from your previous, I think one was in 2000, and then we talked about one was in 2003. No, the other one we talked about that's in evidence.
2002.
Thank you. So you keep a base of what you've done prior, right?
Correct.
Okay. So Detective Thomas from Beaumont PD sent you some more items, right?
Yes,
Swab from pliers and a duffel bag. Toothbrush and a baseball cap. Right?
correct.
Okay. And let me try and get that down a little bit. Well, you were asked to see what you could find in reference to DNA.
Yes,
26S.1. Does that coincide with the swab from the pliers in the duffel bag?
yes.
Okay. And what did you your test results were?
That profile was consistent with the mixture and that the victim and the contributor of the profile foreign to the victim's DNA from the sperm fraction of the swab and comforter were excluded.
Okay. You knew who the victim was
Yes,
and who was the contributor that was foreign.
originally when I did the vaginal swab extract, it was consistent with being a mixture of the victim and an unknown male, so it would be that unknown male.
Unknown male. And was that through sperm fractions, the unknown male?
I'd have to look back at that report. That would be the first report.
Okay, do you have that?
Somewhere. It's been admitted.
That the
For 2000.
36? I'm showing our state's exhibit number 136, February 29th, 2000. Is that right? Yes.
Okay, so yes, what was the question?
So who was the foreign profile that you compared it to?
It was the DNA that was not consistent with the victim.
You don't know.
I do not know who it is.
You don't know who it is.
No,
So when you did this in September of 2003, this DNA mixture that you got here was not made from the victim's DNA or a sperm fraction from another foreign profile or a male, correct?
Well, it's just saying that that profile from the swab, from the pliers, the victim was excluded, and then that other profile from the vaginal swab sperm fraction was also excluded.
And I guess my point being, when I asked the question is, there was DNA on those pliers to test or to compare.
Oh, yes.
Turn the page on defendants 3. You did testing on a baseball hat, which was, I think it's item 27. Which, well, that wasn't good. Got my fingers, and it's blurry. I guess I have to know whatever I want to say. Yeah, that didn't. There we go, thank you. Button. No, it has. Yeah, go for you now. Item 27 is a baseball cap.
Correct.
Now, previously, in some of the photos and from the room, if there was a baseball cap recovered from the scene, you don't know anywhere, or you don't know anything in reference to the baseball cap at the crime scene.
I know nothing about. where-
Nothing about it, but if there was a dark baseball cap in one of the photos in a doorway to one of the bedrooms, you know,
I do not.
that's
know
not
anything
your, okay.
Yeah.
But you tested it, right?
about- Yes.
And when you tested it, what'd you find out?
The DNA profile from item 27 is consistent with being from an unknown male individual.
And none of the ones you tested before, males, I guess, compared.
It is not consistent with the previously tested items.
And that's from the stuff that the testing that you did prior to this. But that dark baseball cap that you had in item 27 from the crime scene, as it says, had DNA in there that you pulled out that could have been compared to another sample or another contributor, or whatever it is, through blood, through whatever.
There was DNA, so it could have been compared to reference.
There was a toothbrush from the duffel bag, and if I told you that there was nothing taken from there, would you believe me? Right there. You didn't get a profile.
That's correct.
After you did the testing, the final test, I believe, in September of 2003, did you do any more testing in reference to this case? Do you know?
I do not know.
If you did, you would have had a report,
Correct.
or you would have testified to it. Possibly. So you weren't given any more samples that you know of, except what you testified to, the nightshirt, the comforter, and things like that.
Everything that I tested would have been in my reports.
Can you get DNA off of fingerprints?
I have attempted that. It doesn't work very well. I've never really been very successful with that.
Have you?
It's obviously a long time ago. I've gotten very minimal amount.
Enough to compare?
That's also been a long time.
Well, this is back in 2000s.
Long time.
That's a long time. Possible?
I mean, it's possible that you if you got enough, even at one location, you
Mhm.
can make that comparison, but you're not gonna get anything of any significant value.
Even today?
I don't know about today. All I can
Back
testify
then.
to when I tried it.
And when I say today, let's go back 5 years, 6 years.
Well, I've been retired longer than. I think I've tried one time throughout my career.
Okay.
It did not work very well.
And that was back in the early 2000s, late
It was
1900s.
probably, yes.
Okay. With technology the way it is today, I know that you're retired, but through your profession, it could be possible on latent prints, full latent prints. I'm talking about a good print,
You talking about an ink print or a latent print?
latent print.
Oh, I was talking about an ink print.
I'm talking, oh, no, not ink, but I'm talking about latent. I'm talking about somebody's body oil, finger oil.
Well, I mean, that's a tricky question because there's,
No.
if someone touches something, they could have had saliva on their hands, they could have left DNA. So there, it's hard to know from that what someone could potentially have left.
Unless you test it,
Well, even so, you're not gonna know until you test it, you won't know if there's anything there.
until you try it, right?
Right, correct.
I mean, it's just like the toothbrush.
That's correct. Until you try it, you
You
don't.
tried it. I mean, you would think that somebody used a toothbrush, they left something on those bristles. You would think.
They use it between the tile, I don't know.
Hopefully not mine. Thank you very much. Pass the witness subject to recall, yeah.
Mr. Karen, I meant to ask you this earlier, states 139, is this, a chart you generated?
Yes, this is just an allele table of my results.
So that's just a number of the items that were known and tested, and then your specific profiles that you found that are reflected in your
It's
reports.
just, yeah, it's just a summary.
Okay.
Yeah.
You created that sometime towards the end of all of your testing associated with this lab number?
It would have been, it would have been after, yes, because, yes, right.
Okay. We'll offer states 139.
I think around one hour for a second.
All right.
So what time frames are you talking about here in reference to this, so that we're clear? That,
Well, this is just a summary table
of what?
of my profiles that I had developed.
Okay, I mean, are you talking about all the tests that you did on this case?
Yes,
Okay, and how many profiles did you develop?
so I had, at the time that I made this table, I had a victim reference sample. I had the reference sample from Perry and Burke, those two guys. Then there was the vaginal sperm fraction, the vaginal epithelial cell fraction, the nails. It's so tiny, I can really read that up there. The anal sperm fraction, the anal EC. Some tires are on there. So it was just the information that was in the case file, the alleles from the electrophoregram. This is just a summary.
Summary, and as you go across, what does that represent, the numbers as you go across the top? And
The
the column?
alleles at each location that was tested.
Okay, is there anything there that is different than what you testified to?
No, this is just a summary of the actual profiles.
Okay, no objections to states 139, thank you.
It's admitted.
No further questions.
Can this lady be excused?
Please.
You are excused. Thank you, ma'am. Next, please.
Allison Hurd. Allison Hurd. Allison. No, she's just a custodian. She's just on chain.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. And please have a seat. Thank you.
How you doing, ma'am?
Doing well.
Tell us, who you are and what you do.
My name is Allison Hurd, and I am the DNA section supervisor at the Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Laboratory in Austin.
And I guess for the past couple of years, have Ranger Brandon Bess and myself and Mike Laird been harassing you about various items of evidence maintained at your lab.
I wouldn't say harassing, but yes, we have been in contact.
And show you well, what I have marked as States Exhibit 109. 109A containing States Exhibit 109. I think that's the one that you might keep coming with. States Exhibit 109. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, I do.
What is that, ma'am?
So this is a Ziploc bag that we use to retain collections or items that may have been retained as portions of items of evidence. So this is what we would package them in.
So Cassie Caradine, who just testified, she explained to us that there's two specific samples that she had received in a submission in November 2001, and the remaining portions were those inner packaging there.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so how are those items, and let me make sure I got them. (109C), which is what?
So 109B is comforter sample.
Okay, and 109B, what is that?
It is vaginal swabs.
So remaining portions of the extracts, or the original samples, remaining portions of the original samples that Cassie Caradine had after she did her test.
Yes.
And how were these maintained at your lab over the years?
So they've been in a freezer of some sort, but a secure freezer in our section. Started out in our first laboratory, and then we did move to a different laboratory, but the entire time they had been in our freezer.
Okay, and your lab has a number of, or does your lab have a number of different measures to ensure quality control and make sure that these items are stored in a way that preserves any evidentiary value?
Yes, that is correct.
So tell me what, (109C), which is contained in 109C1, is this a package that Ranger Bess and I asked you to try and locate within your lab a couple of years ago?
Yes.
And then 109B, 109B1, what is that? Does that contain another item that we asked you to locate in your lab a few years ago?
Yes, it does.
Now, what about 109B1, that packaging? Who created that?
So this particular package, the plastic part of it was created by an employee of mine.
And that was after you had, had located these items, and we had asked you to prepare them for moving to a different lab.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so let's exhibit 109 containing 109B1 and its contents and 109C1 and its contents. Is this 109 an item that you were asked to send to another lab sometime a few years back?
Yes.
Okay, what date was that
states 109 packaged and then sent?
May I refer to my notes?
Yes, ma'am.
So it was packaged on February 28th of 2020. And prepared to be shipped or, yes, to be shipped to the other laboratory. And when it left our laboratory, that was March 31st of 2020.
Okay, so states 109, is there an initial and a date on that that you recognize? Maybe a blue writing?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yes, I do.
Okay, what, is that an employee at, in your section, in the DNA section at the Austin DPS crime lab?
She was an employee at the time.
Okay, and did she package these items of evidence to be sent to another lab?
Yes, she did.
Okay, and did you have a location where you were supposed to be sending these items?
My understanding is that it was Oakland Laboratories.
Okay, and that would be a location in the Woodlands, Texas,
I believe that's where they're located.
or at the time where they were?
Yes,
And how were these items in States 109 and its contents, how were they sent to Oakland Laboratories?
they were sent via Federal Express or FedEx.
And is there special packaging or a way that these items would be packaged during their transit?
So I didn't package them to be transferred, but generally speaking, we do put them in a larger container so that they're protected. But as far as how this was actually packaged, I can't speak to that.
Right, and in those, sometimes in those larger containers, are they kind of like little ice chests too, where they preserve and keep the items cold?
So sometimes they can be, it's really gonna be dependent on the type of evidence that we're shipping. If it's an extract, it definitely would be. If it's a cutting, it may not be. Because it's something it's dry, and so it doesn't have to stay cold.
And so if Oakland, if their intake records indicated that was received cold, would that be surprising you?
It would not.
And then did Stranger Bess and Mike Laird and I bother you again about a year later about another thing?
You guys did contact me again.
Okay, what did we contact you about this time?
There was, I believe they were. Are they? People swap?
Recognize what's State Exhibit 110?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
These are retained portions of the anal swabs that were in our laboratory.
So again, if Cassie Caradine just explained to us that that was the remaining portion of the sample that she did not use in her testing, those were stored in your lab until here when you sent them or someone picked them up to take them outside.
That is correct.
Okay, and were they stored in the same way as the other items that we were just talking about?
Yes, that is correct.
And same thing with the, quality control measure and things like that. Your lab monitors these things to ensure that, all evidence is preserved.
That is correct.
So states 110. When did, it looks like you got an initial on the back of this package at 110.
Yes, I do.
Is that you, when you open this item to inspect what was remaining from that swab?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And after that, did we arrange for Ranger Best to come and pick this item up in person and take it to the Houston crime lab?
Yes, you did.
Okay. So when that happened, I have 110 in the package, like there's a clear packaging outside 110, identified as 110A. That's not from your lab, is it?
Yes, or no, that is not from our lab.
You recognize that initial as Connie Dean from the Houston Crime Lab?
Yes, I do.
Okay. But the external packaging 110B, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Are your initials on that?
They are.
And what are your initials indicating there as far as what you did to this?
It just indicates that I placed that item in here and then I properly sealed it. So I dated and initialed that onto the Ziploc bag onto the seal. And then I got it prepared for transport to the other laboratory.
So the remaining portion of the sample for the anal swabs states 110. You packaged that, sealed it, and turned it over to, or your evidence preservation team turned it over to Texas Ranger Brandon Vess.
Yes, our evidence coordination team did, yeah.
Sorry. And that was on, or at least your packaging was on June 15th, 2023.
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else as far as evidence handling that you did in this case?
No, there's not.
Okay.
Um. I don't think I have any other items that you've handled, but thank you for your time. We appreciate it. This man has a question.
One question. Good afternoon. I'm confused a little bit, which is not hard to know. What happened to those samples? There's 109. You testified to 109, which is comforter, 109A, which I believe may be an envelope. Oh, hey, but there's like a 109C, a D, and a D1. What are those samples?
So I don't have the case record with me, so I don't,
Well, where are they from? Do you know what?
I do not know.
Well, you testified that 109 was from a comforter.
That is what is on the label of the,
How about the other ones, 109D and D1? What's on the labels on those?
I don't have those items.
You don't know? Right? What is that? So
That's,
what number is that? That's 109C1. Okay. That's 1V1.
D1,
Okay, so that could have been V1 instead of D1.
yes,
Okay, that's what I wanted.
Okay.
And they were all from the company.
the D1 is the vaginal swabs,
Okay,
and then C1 is the comforter.
okay, very good. That's what I need clarification for. So to recall, Your Honor, I pass the witness.
Can this lady be excused? Please. You are excused. Thank you.
So I'm free to drive back home.
Just be careful.